Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost Planning the Interwebs. I'm your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And with me tonight is the inimitable Mr. Ty Beard.
Hey,
How's it going, man?
I am rolling. How about you?
You're rolling?
I'm rolling. It's a line from Tombstone when Doc Holliday and Wyatt meet for the first time in the movie. He says, "How the hell are you?" And Holliday goes, "Wyatt, I am rolling."
We discussed this last time because
Yes,
I thought you were
there's a
talking about
Groundhog Day
ecstasy.
aspect to these shows.
Yeah, okay. So here I was about to do the ecstasy talk again. And then I was about to do the Limp Biscuit talk.
Ooh,
And
that's
then
a reference from
the
long
90s.
ago.
Yeah.
Long ago.
Yeah. And then I was like, wait, we had this discussion. Now that he mentions Tombstone, I'm like, no, I talked to Ty about this. Never mind.
Yeah. That happens the older you get. You forget you have vague memories that you told somebody these things, but you can't remember who.
Yeah.
And then the senility just kind of eases on. And I've told my girls that I plan to embrace senility.
But you can't embrace senility because you won't know that you're in it.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure that part out. There's got to be a way somehow.
Oh gosh. So anyway, there's a whole bunch going on in the world.
It has been a crazy couple of weeks, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. I need to we have a potential mystery guest. I don't know that he'll join us, but I should probably actually send him the link so he has an opportunity.
I'd make him just keep trying random links until until one works.
Yeah, type in random links into the internet browser.
I mean, you tell him how many characters. That's fair.
Yeah.
24characters.com.
Okay, I sent him the link. If he wants to pop in, great. If he can't make it, that's okay. He said when I asked him, he said he wasn't really sure if he'd be able to come in tonight. So, to the audience, I've been trying to plan a Chad Dad chat for a while now, and it seems that one of the Chad Dads, Mr. Larry Blydner, is not really available for the month of September. So we have to wait. Hopefully in October we can put one together for that.
Or as I like to refer to him, our raconteur emeritus.
Yeah.
Yeah. His podcasts are wonderful.
Absolutely. Yeah, Larry's great. And just one of the coolest dudes around.
Yeah, cool in the real sense of the word too, right?
Yeah, in the classic sense of cool.
I might approach him when we move to our new office building and everything. We're going to have, new phone systems and all that. Have him do just my voicemail. Hi,
yes,
called Ty Beard.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
Here's my voice.
I think he still owes me a voice call thing. I've just never collected.
Oh yeah, he's got a wonderful voice. But so shout out to you, Larry. Sorry you couldn't be here.
Yeah.
By the way, notice my Tyler University of Texas of Tyler alum glass.
Ooh, aren't you special, Mr. I went to college.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it was sort of like a college.
Yeah. So here we go, guys. I did something in honor of Ty Beard. I bought a very special bottle of whiskey because I always make fun of him. I always make fun of Ty for drinking Jack Daniels like some sort of uncivilized 19-year-old. And then I decided to buy one, but I, of course, went and bought a good one. This is Jack Daniels number 27 gold Maplewood finish. So it's finished in Maplewood barrels. It's also double carbon filtered or something. I don't know.
So that's a real thing, right? You didn't just like spray paint a bottle and have somebody print you up a label and everything just to prank me.
No, that costs somewhere between 3 and 4 bottles of regular Jack.
Oh.
So
expensive prank.
It's it would have been dumb. That would have been expensive. Expensive paint to slap on the sides of it. But
Well, I
no.
look forward to your sophisticated palate.
Oh yeah,
giving a
very.
recommendation.
Have you ever seen me do a whiskey review? Pretty good.
Yeah,
It was pretty good. No, this isn't so good.
Well, this is the 21st century I was hoping for. A classy version of Jack Daniels. Now, only if they can come up with Wild Turkey Gold, then I'll be in heaven.
So, yeah, there's no the expensive Wild Turkey is branded differently. It's got a different name to it.
No.
Hold on.
So is bourbon like one of those things where they? How to say this?
Do you mean bourbon or do you mean whiskey?
Oh, for fuck's sake! I don't care. Yes, no, maybe. Whatever. That substance, that golden substance in that bottle. Is that like just part like a subset of a normal batch, or do they do it separately and differently and all that kind of stuff?
I have no idea.
No. Well, there you go.
There's a little piece of something. I think it was in the bottom of this glass. I'm trying to get out. Now my fingers are all covered in whiskey. Okay. Well, let me go drive and explain that one. No,
yeah.
It's your nose that's the problem.
Oh, by the way, a shout out and a thank you to Kyle, one of your audience that I ran into at a cigar bar in Dallas, and he gave us 2 very nice, very smooth cigars. Locally sourced.
Local cigars.
Yeah, I had no idea. But of course, mentioning the client, it's that YouTube guy I was telling you about. That's always fun.
Yeah.
This particular client is one of my best friends from law school, so it wasn't. He already knows about me. And my tendencies. So, but it was pretty funny. But yeah, Kyle, you're a gentleman, sir. Thank you very much. We enjoyed the cigars tremendously.
Oh my gosh, this is.
Oh, and oh crud, I forgot his name. The one that gave me the very very thin mask. I wore that thing. My my batteries died on my ventilator. My ventilator.
You are so ridiculous.
And they don't sell Rayovac in Seattle, so I mean, they may not actually sell Rayovac anywhere now. I mean, there may be like a time warp that I'm using to go back and buy Rayovac. That's why they're so cheap, probably. Anyways,
I imagine you have a stash of them, you weirdo.
Yeah, quite likely. I will neither confirm nor deny that. But anyway, so my ventilated thingy was discharged, and so I put that little mask on, and it worked. The thing is that the TSA regulations say that the mask has to be fully opaque, and this one isn't. It's a little weird because it is made out of the same material as women's underwear. So that's.
Well, I mean, you were just wearing face panties, like some degenerate anime character or whatever.
I mean, the thing is it's kind of weird. I mean, it's actually a mask, but I had it in my pocket when I came home today, and my wife I've been in Dallas 3 days, so and Tori hadn't seen me, and so I'm emptying my pocket. I pull out this mask and I put it down, and there's that little flicker of, what are those? And I went, mask. Oh God, it's a mask. It's
sure. Good cover.
But anyway, so what I did was,
guys, if you ever go home with girls' panties in your pocket,
try that one. It might.
When you get home to your wife, make sure you sew handles onto the side of them.
Yeah, those are handles.
That's what you need to do.
Yeah. We don't make any warranties on how effective that'll be. But anyway, so I wear the thing in the TSA thing, and having a beard makes the mask's opacity appear to be greater. Not only that, I just kind of angled my head away from them a little bit and discovered that if they aren't looking right on at you, they can't really tell that it's a little bit transparent. So it was a wonderful thing. I appreciate that more than you can know. 4 hours in an airport on an airplane. Well, no, 5 actually with the layover. Put me in a foul mood. So that was a real lifesaver. So thank you. And thoroughly enjoyed meeting up with the guys in Seattle. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. I get off the plane in Seattle, guys, and you got to understand, because I'm bad at responding to things, I have no idea what's supposed to happen. I just know that I'm flying to Seattle airport, and so I get there.
I told you all you needed to know. Just here's your ticket. Get on the
get
plane.
on the plane.
Yeah.
So then I messaged Ty right when I get there, and I'm like, it occurs to me that I have no idea where I'm going. And then I messaged, I think the person who ended up picking us up, and I was like, I don't know what to do. And they said, oh, we'll be waiting for you just past the security checkpoint. And I was like, oh, cool. And I didn't realize that I didn't pay attention to anything. I didn't realize Ty was going to be there. So I come walking down the hallway and I see a group of 3 people, and I see Ty looking like the death corps of Krieg with this mask on with a big hose hooked up to his arm. I'm like, what is it? Is this man sucking on his own bicep? Like, what is happening here? It was it was insane. It was
and those ridiculous things, by the way, if you don't like masks, those things really are wonderful. They make wearing a face covering. Have you noticed that they seem to be calling them face coverings now, not masks, but face coverings?
Yeah, I guess.
You know, I'm not sure what the significance of that is, but yeah.
Yeah, guys,
what do you think about Seattle? I mean,
make sure you wear your penis coverings in Seattle. I enjoyed Seattle. Not really, like the city is beautiful, except for the homeless. But I mean, like, just the landscape, the topography is really interesting. It's so
mountain
green
off in the distance. Which mountain is that?
Mount Rainier.
Rainier, yeah, that was beautiful. You know,
and I love that most of the time you just can't even see it because of the fog. But then when you can see it, it's just this giant imposing mound of earth, which is really cool.
Yeah, you know, and I think you heard, several people said to me, and I'm sure you heard it too. It's like, yeah, you came during like the only really beautiful days we have. The rest of the year is going to suck. It's going to rain for the next 9 months, 10 months. And,
exactly.
So you know.
I like Alex Scott Thompson says Seattle is really beautiful in the fall when the heroin needles start to fall.
Yeah, one of the residents.
Vials turn. The colors in the vials are just beautiful, and they start falling out of the people.
Well, you remember what our host said, that the homeless and everything call it Freeattle.
Yeah,
they've made such an effort to reward homeless people for being there.
I mean, so we get off the boat, the bridge from the ferry, going across the bay there. And you then take this walking bridge into downtown. Like, you have to go down this long thing, then you turn 90 degrees and you turn 90 degrees again. And there was a homeless guy on the bridge, and he had stolen some temporary fencing and put it in front of his tent that was also stolen, I'm sure, because it was a kind of nice tent. And he's just sitting there on a chair, like mumbling to himself. It's like, God, the city is so stupid.
Those homeless people actually managed to pitch a tent. Because modern tents aren't actually functional. I mean, for normal people,
I don't know. They should have pitched him off the edge of the bridge. Like, while he was asleep, just have 2 cops come by, grab the tent, and throw it over. Well, this is garbage.
So, by the way, I think I found out why. So we took a ferry from Bainbridge, or where the heck it was. We took a ferry from across the bay to Seattle.
Bainbridge. And
it was free to go into Seattle, and then it was like $9 to ride the ferry back. And that bothered me. I was like, what's up with that? Well, apparently the smaller communities will put their homeless people on ferries and send them to Seattle. Which, I think is pretty. My friend that told me this said, well, it's a blue solution for a blue problem.
I just got a hello from Spring, Texas, which is over by the Woodlands, right? Yeah. Yeah. So. Hey, to my friend there in chat, Andy Montemeyer in Spring, Texas. Man, go to Babin's Fish House for me, please. God, I miss eating at Babin's. I always like to have
really good. Texas isn't really renowned for its fish places, so
it's a Cajun. It's a Cajun place.
Oh, okay.
It's a Landry's. It's a Landry's property, but I think there's only like 1 or 2 Babins that exist.
Oh, okay.
And it's a good one. I'm a big fan. They have good food. Okay. So we've got some stuff to talk about today. Speaking of of face coverings, we had a speech from El Presidente yesterday, which was nice. Then we have then we have some other lawsuits I kind of want to talk to you about. I doubt you've read anything about them.
Yeah, I've been very hyper focused on some business stuff,
It's
but
funny,
I'm
like
aware of
it's like you work.
Yeah, and we've got to do something about that because something's gone horribly wrong.
Yeah.
When I 10 years ago when I stopped being a solo practitioner and decided I was going to build me a law firm, I was supposed to be retired by now, out on the golf course. I was supposed to have minions that would go out and make money for me, and all I did would be sit on the play on the golf course and smoke cigars. So that did the, that plan needs some adjustment. So yeah.
Yeah, you did poorly at that one.
Yeah.
That's one of the fun things. I never mind. I'm not going to say it. We're not going to. It was about law Twitter, and I don't want to bring them up. I was going to make fun of it.
So the funny thing was, I look at Twitter once every 2 or 3 months, whether I need to or not.
You should look at it right now and retweet my tweet that Vito Guisaldi is a giant piece of shit. And fuck Vito, by the way. Hope
That's
he
really
catches on fire.
That's not a name.
It's the name he goes by. I don't know if it's real. I just know that he's a giant pile of garbage. And I hope thumbtacks go into his feet.
Bleep you. Killdozer. I retired when I was 26. That makes
Listen to this guy.
Yeah.
Listen to this guy.
Yeah, and the horse you rode in on, Congratulations if you managed to do that. Best.
No, I tolerate a lot, right? Like I tolerate bad opinion. I don't really care if people have bad opinions or differing opinions. That's fine. What Vito did today is one of the few things where I'm like, nope, fuck you. Hope you. Well, here I can pull it up because the chat's asking now. This is my fault.
While you're doing that, so Brianna tweeted something, and my phone notifications somehow got turned back on. I have a running gun battle with the notifications on my phone. I don't want any notifications, but it seems like every time I update it or something, the notifications come back. But anyway,
dude, yes, me too. I hate notifications.
I really want the Domino's Pizza app to be sending me daily updates on, what's going on in their world. Anyway, so Brianna tweeted something and the alert came up. And so I went to it, and there are people still pissing and moaning about the Manana case and about, I'll be in, we'll be in touch. And I was going, God, don't you people have anything? No. And of course the answer is
they
don't.
Okay. So there's a show full of good people, called Friday Night Tights. It's mainly run by Nerdrotic. He's in the top left here. Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers as Ryan Cannell. And I think those are the main full-time guys. And if I'm not right on that, I'm sorry. But I think those are the main guys who are always on there. They also have Quarter Black Garrett on. He's from Crowder's show. Jeremy from the Quartering. They got comics. They got Comics Division and OMB Reviews. They're good. And then their central guest tonight was Alex Jones.
There you go.
Which is great. And then Vito comes along and says, the Nerdrotics Alex Jones stream is just him screaming about how the vaccine doesn't work while these morons laugh and clap. Funny, I could have sworn this type of content was against the terms of service.
Tattletaling little shit.
I guess Tag's Team YouTube changed their mind. Fuck you, Vito. God, I hope it comes back on you. I hope something bad happens to your channel, to you, whatever.
What kind of a pathetic, weaselly pussy would actually take pride and brag about being a tattletale?
Oh, he thinks he's owning it. Right? Because this wasn't his name. This wasn't his name when he tweeted it. He changed it to King of the Snitches when everybody's like, hey, that's pretty fucking low, you piece of shit.
Yeah, Vito, you suck. But Vito, I think you know that. And I sure would hate to be. How pathetic must these people's lives be? Seriously, this is what this guy does to make himself feel better. How
Yep.
absolutely pathetic is that? Yo,
It's
Vito,
really lame. And
get out
look,
of your mother's basement and nah, you know what? You
he's not in
deserve
his
it.
mother's basement.
Yeah, I know.
He's just a piece of shit.
Yeah.
That's the problem with him. It's like, look, and again, I disagree with Vito on stuff all the time. It doesn't matter. Like, he has his opinion. I have mine. Never had a problem with that, with the guy or anything until now.
Yeah, I
Like,
mean,
bad
you're
opinions are
literally
one thing.
bragging about being the kind of person that we used to beat the shit out of in elementary school. Okay.
Yeah.
You are a tattletale. In prison, you would be the bitch of the weakest person in jail besides you. Okay.
Aww.
I mean, God Almighty, I despise. Like you, I have a very strong First Amendment, almost absolutist position. I suppose there's some speech you could talk me into banning, but I can't really think of what it might be. And that's offensive. But just to sit there and brag about it, good grief.
Yeah,
that's actually worse than seeing men in dresses. Well, purported men wearing dresses on my scale.
Yeah, it's like, why would you do, like, what possesses you to do that? He's on YouTube.
Yeah, he's a dirt bag.
So he deserves to have it happen to him.
Oh yeah, my theory on that is that I'm not a big fan of this whole taking the high road thing, as you know.
Yeah.
One of the reasons you and I get along is I see myself a lot of times when I was younger in the way you approach things, and my theory is give it back to him 100%. Give him a dose of his own medicine. There's nothing better than to listen to a liberal, getting a solid dose of their own medicine. It's sublime. Jimmy Johnson, the former head coach of the Dallas Cowboys. Oh, my poor Cowboys last night. Sorry. Anyway, kickers have one job. They have one job.
Kick the football
through those little straight thingies, right? And you practice doing that every day, all day long. Okay, I'm done. Anyway, but Jimmy Johnson, the former head coach of the Dallas Cowboys, he was heavily criticized. He coached at the University of Miami, and in a national championship game, just blew Notre Dame up. And the thing is, he was putting in second and third string players, and they were still running the score up on Notre Dame, right? And he says, "What are you going to tell a kid that is on the field for the first time the whole season on national TV? Don't score."
Yeah.
But anyway, oh man, the Notre Dame alumni were all whining and pissing, and the announcer was almost in tears because And so Jimmy went back and posted in his autobiography, posted a list of all the great Notre Dame blowouts that they did, including they played high schools back in the 20s and 30s, And then Jimmy said something that I'll never forget. He said, "No one screams louder than a bully who's just had the shit kicked out of him."
Yes. Oh man.
And
speaking of bullies, so one of the topics I want to get into in a little bit is Epic versus Apple. Epic Games versus Apple computers. Epic owns Fortnite. Have you heard of Fortnite?
I have heard of it.
Yeah, I figured, with your daughter being on Twitch that you would at least have heard of what Fortnite is.
I have at least heard of it, yes.
It's only one of the most popular games, or at least it used to be one of the most popular games in existence, and is part of the reason why Epic Games, makes billions and billions of dollars. So Epic was on the Apple App Store, right? Because they had the mobile version, and Apple takes a cut of any transactions that run through an app that's from the Apple App Store.
Okay.
Oh, so you sent me a super chat, right? Yesterday, $5. Yeah. Which I appreciate. So here's how that works.
The first super chat I sent since Doug reamed me out when I sent him one for 99 cents. But it was free. I mean, I was literally, it's like, you're sending a free super. I said, oh, that'd be kind of good. Doug's like, oh, yeah, well, glad you opened the wallet there, buddy. It's
Exactly. Exactly. Well, no, let me tell you how you opened the wallet yesterday, because this will be fun. You sent that from your iPad, right? Because that's where you watch your YouTube.
Yeah.
So that means it used the YouTube app from the Apple App Store. Now, YouTube takes 30% of all super chats, right?
Yeah.
Before YouTube does that, Apple takes a 30% cut.
No shit.
So that $5 gets cut down by $1.50. So it's $3.50. Then YouTube takes their 30% off of the $3.50. So at least it's off of that and not the original amount.
Yeah.
But so 30% of $3.50 is what? It's like another $1.10 or something like that.
So what that means is if you'll send it through an iDevice, Nick only gets half of what you're sending, and it doesn't cost you a dime to give him less.
It's slightly less than half. It's not the full 60%, but it's slightly less. It's like, oh my God. Yeah. And so you sent me like $2.80.
I swear to God, I'm getting rid of iDevices. I've just had about all of Apple I can take.
It's so Epic, what they did was they created inside the app a way for you to choose between buying from the Apple App Store or buying direct from Epic.
Oh.
And of course, the prices were on there, and the price is $10 for the buying it from Apple or $7 for buying it from Epic, right? Makes sense. Yep. And so in 1 month, Epic made $12 million off of that choice.
Good for them.
Then Apple kicked them off the App Store.
Yeah,
and they kicked them off the App Store.
I don't know. Is that a restraint of trade?
That's the interesting thing. No, it was not declared to be. So their lawsuit just wrapped up. This happened a year ago.
Okay.
Their lawsuit just wrapped up. Apple won on 9 out of the 10 counts. Apple is not a monopoly, and their actions do not violate the antitrust laws of either the U.S. or the state of California, which I disagree with that.
Yeah, I do too. That may be Apple's bullshit story that it wasn't motivated to control pricing, but of course it was. It was motivated to keep someone from undercutting them on price.
Yeah. So what the judge did find, however, so it as a result of that, Epic had agreed to pay the 30% cut of whatever they made to Apple. They stipulated to this earlier. They said, okay, if Apple's not a monopoly, then we owe them the 30%. So they'll end up paying like $3 to $4 million. But remember, in 1 month of purchases, they made $12 million.
And have they been? How long did that app stay up before Apple took it down?
1 month or something.
Okay, so
it might not even have been a full month. It was.
They still made out quite well on that. Even the litigation costs were,
right. And so that's the main thing. And the other thing is that Epic ends up losing on the fact that it was a breach of contract. Apple said it because Apple removed them from the App Store and said, you're in breach. We don't have to keep you on. And so Epic lost on that. They have no right of return to the App Store. So I don't know whether or not Apple will bring them back, but they can't do that. But where Epic won, however, is the judge did find that Apple is engaged in anti-competitive practices, just not a full violation of antitrust and just not a full monopoly. So now
fight is over them.
Apps on the App Store can create a direction outside of the app to make the purchase. They can't put it in the app, but I think what that means is they could create, for example, a hyperlink inside the app that will take you out and open up the browser, and you can make the purchase through the browser.
Ooh, that's going to cost Apple so much money.
Yes.
Well done, fellows. Well done. And that's bizarre, right? Because so what the judge, I guess, is saying is that he's effectively saying that contract provisions to the contrary are voided, right?
I would think so.
Did Apple do this themselves, or did the judge just say, "No, this is the"?
No, this is a judge's ruling.
Interesting.
So, yeah, it's
and if you're Apple, you try to appeal that.
it could go really badly for
Yeah,
you if you appeal it.
yeah. Well, because they are a monopoly. I mean, they are as much of a monopoly as many other businesses that over the last century have been declared to be monopolies. Say it
Certainly
that
as
way.
much as Microsoft was in the 90s.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Or Alcoa, or whoever. I mean, this is we're in a place now with this. We see it, I think, worst with the woke capitalism thing, which is, but these companies are getting insanely autocratic, and because they're run by people apparently on the spectrum in many cases, they don't care about the optics the way, you know most companies usually do.
Yeah.
And so, and of course, the unfortunate thing is, it's turning out that the optics aren't hurting them. That fear of the optics by the rest of the business world might be misplaced. So I'm about ready. I'm about ready now to start going wholesale to war against them in the legislative process.
Yeah.
You know, and
the
if
good
I hear one free, free market twerp go, yeah, but my free market, the market is not free.
no,
you
not at
know,
all.
and
Especially not with
we
Apple.
don't unilaterally disarm in a war. And just because we use the weapons of the other side, that doesn't make us the other side any more than the GIs storming ashore at Normandy were indistinguishable from the Nazis. So don't even bother. Well, of course, now the stream's gonna bother, but I mean,
Uh-oh.
yeah, I know. So,
I did not see that coming.
see, I obviously I've gotten out of practice, Nick. But hey, spare the rod, spoil the child.
Yeah, it's rough. It's a thing. The bad part about it is no one wants Epic to win either, because
Yeah.
Epic is by all accounts a shitty company owned
It's
by the Chicoms.
Yeah, it's a Frankenstein versus Dracula kind of battle.
Yeah.
R. Delacroix in the stream, excuse me. Which spectrum, Ty? The autistic one or the sociopath one? Yes.
But something more happened. So I of course did a video on this today. It's a brilliant video, but I want to show you about a 10-second clip of it. Okay, look at me. I'm in my yard. We got nature going here. And so we got just a little bit of time.
Obviously the face and look of a true scholar.
Exactly. In a t-shirt, as I should be. Here we go. Sides is this. They both end up losing. Epic is in breach of contract. They have to put out a public statement acknowledging that they were in breach of contract. And I don't think that's going to be, oh, Jesus Christ.
What just happened? A wasp or a snake? Or...
Here we go. Well, my apologies. That was the single biggest wasp I've seen in my entire life, flying right at my face. And
you're in trouble when you can hear them going.
Oh, it was that thing was huge. I swear it was like this big. It looked like a hummingbird.
I remember, 10 or 12 years ago, Mr. Don Harris, my law partner, they were still living down in Austin at the time, and they came up to visit, and he had his 12, 13-year-old son William there, and as they were pulling out, the old house I used to live in had very complicated eaves that were just absolute wasp magnets, and so every summer I'd go around and spray them and all this kind of thing. Anyway, a big wasp nest had risen up in there, and they were buzzing around, and so a couple of them buzz bombed me, and so I started swatting at them with my hand. Well, I hit one of them, and I mean knocked it out of the air, Mr. Miyagi style. And then this other one comes back and makes a pass at me and drills me in the chin.
Oh,
and I'm slapping and swinging, and I'm backtracking, and I fall down in the grass, with the wasp. The damn thing, just nails me. And Don was like, "God, I wish I'd had a camera to capture that."
Well,
apparently it was.
I thought the wasp might actually show up on camera, like in the replay.
Yeah,
but it was. I mean, you could see me like watching it come by. And I mean, it was huge. I'm just glad it came from the way it did, because if it would have come from there was only one way I could run. I was in like a little
wasps
nook
up there in the Great North. I would thought the winners would,
no, they burrow in the ground. They build
Mm.
their nests in the ground, and then they come back every year like assholes.
Yeah. Oh, they're horrible. I mean, I suppose mosquitoes at some level might be worse, but I'd be perfectly happy if wasps were, exterminated,
Yeah,
and rendered extinct.
it was not pleasant. I'm not allergic. I've been stung by wasps a couple years ago. It's just not pleasant at all.
No, no.
It hurts
Well,
for days.
so when you live in Louisiana out in the country, would you like to know what the most popular wasp treatment is?
Peeing on it, right?
Almost as bad. Your granddaddy takes out his big old red man chaw
Ah,
and sticks it down on the. Well, the thing is, though, it actually takes the pain away,
that's
but
disgusting.
but it's so disgusting that you would rather suffer the pain.
Urine is the jellyfish treatment.
Yeah,
So I thought it might be the same. You're supposed
yeah,
to pee on a jellyfish.
yeah. It apparently neutralizes something. I think in the tobacco juice neutralizes the poison or something. But you know, way too. When I was a kid, I have too many memories of that. So I have a real dislike of wasps. You know, but wasps are beneficial to crops. They eat pests that destroy. Yeah, that's your story. That's like all these people. Oh no, that's not a poisonous snake. It's a good snake. I'm sorry. No, no, I'm chopping it in half with a hoe. I grew up in Louisiana, and snakes are everywhere. No, there are no good snakes.
Yeah,
It's not.
peeing works on jellyfish and hookers. It's the same thing.
Well,
The
glad we
chat's
got
sitting
that
here
out.
arguing with me. It's like, no, it works on jellyfish and hookers just fine.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
Boy, we really know how to elevate the debate on this show, don't we?
yes, we do. That is our job. That is our job.
So basically, you're delighted because Apple and Epix both just got stomped on rakes, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, I don't play Fortnite, and but I appreciate what they did. I mean, they were a company big enough to call out Apple, and they
Mhm.
did it. So that makes me happy, even if the underlying company sucks. You have to have someone with the
Hey,
resources
listen,
to fight.
the Soviets beat the Nazis. You know, my enemy's enemy, that kind of thing. I mean, yeah, I tell you, I'm about. I haven't talked to my IT
Oh, that's really
guy
actually
about this,
quite
but
good.
I've just about had it with Apple and I devices, and I've had my iPad for a version. I've had like 10 iPads. I had this very clever upgrade scheme for a long time where I just break one every year, and we'd collect on the insurance. Well, the insurance would buy me a new one, and if I timed it just right, invariably it just seemed I would break this iPad after that model had been ended, and the new model. So buy me a new model. I broke an
Yeah.
iPad when I was on when I was on your show when I was at Broken Bow a couple of years back. I came
Yep.
on your show on Christmas Eve. I broke that iPad in that trip. Actually, I'm doing pretty well. I haven't broken one in about 2 years. Anyway, so the insurance company was like, okay, one more claim, and we're dropping you. I mean, we, you're killing us.
Yeah. No
So
kidding. You're burning us out on our actuaries are melting over here,
yeah,
wondering.
yeah.
They're like,
This
no,
is
he can't be going through iPads as fast. It's impossible.
yeah. How do you break 10 iPads in 10 years? Well,
Very
with,
carefully.
well, 6 years of college will do it. But anyway, so I'm a huge iPad fan, but I'm just getting tired of that kind of crap, and I'm getting tired of, the iDevices are consumption devices. They're designed for you to consume media and stuff, but creating anything on them is a colossal pain. And I'm still just furious at Apple taking it on itself to be checking out child pornography on everybody's devices, because there's no way they'll do that competently, and there's a
Nope.
huge probability that they will actually manufacture evidence and plant it on people they don't like. I fully believe that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Um,
Well, again, you send one of the tactics people tried against, who was it? They may have tried this against Alex Jones, I think is what they did. They emailed him child pornography during one of his, like the Sandy Hook thing, and then reported it anonymously or whatever. And so then, it came up and they had to forensically prove that he never even opened the email.
Yeah. And here's the thing. Why should that be the standard of guilt? Who doesn't open emails they get?
Right.
I mean, yeah.
I know who doesn't open emails.
Well, yeah.
I don't have I can't keep up.
I actually asked my friend Senator Hughes one time if he would pass a bill, if he would try to get a bill passed that would legalize the concept of email bankruptcy. where if you declared email bankruptcy, you were automatically off the hook liability wise for any email that you got that you missed.
God, I need that.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was great. You were required to send a notice of email bankruptcy to your entire contact list. It would have been a brilliant statute. Actually, those of us in the business world that worry about, what you do is you have a personal assistant, and that's one of their jobs is to monitor your email and be sure you see the one out of the 200 that that's important. Everybody, all my clients know, you always copy my assistant on anything you send to me.
God, I need an assistant.
Yeah.
Except the problem is I don't want to see what's in my email.
Like there's that.
Yeah, I don't want that.
Well, that's the old, that's the old beware what you ask for, because if you get a really good assistant, she'll annoy the crap out of you.
That's true.
You need to be annoyed. I mean, it's not, I say it's not malicious. I don't think it's malicious, but their job is to pester you and remind you of stuff that you're desperately trying not to do.
Yeah.
And so if they're really good, they're good at doing that.
Yeah. So, by the way, this is a phenomenal whiskey. It's really good. Yes.
Wow. Okay. Say it. Jack Daniel's is good whiskey.
No, Jack Daniel's Gold number 27 is good whiskey.
That's fine. I'll cut that Gold 97 crap out.
That's why you have a personal assistant, right?
Yeah.
They just edit that video for you.
No, let's remove some of the extraneous material, and so that Nick's just saying Jack Daniel's is good whiskey. That'll be sufficient.
Ugh, disgusting.
That's yeah. Somebody is saying the Wasp was picked up on the camera, and they've sent you a video of it on Twitter.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Hey, I wonder what Law Twitter would say about you being stung by a wasp.
Okay, hold on. I'll pull it up here in just a second.
Remember, Law Twitter. You can't have Twitter without being a twit.
Oh, damn! All right, here we go. Let's see what this is.
Okay. They were in breach of contract, and I don't think that's going to be. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Enhance.
That's going to be. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Oh, it was there.
Enhance.
That's going to be. Oh,
I have to put my glasses on to see this.
Enhance.
Watch this
Just
thing.
print the damn thing.
That they were in breach of contract, and I don't think that's going to.
It's actually there. You can see
what I'd
it.
like to see would be the Wasp eye view with the heads-up display.
Yeah.
The targeting of the the computerized targeting system. I have you now.
Oh man,
that's brilliant.
That was great.
It has.
But yeah, no, you could see it. I mean, it's still a blur, but you can actually see it on the camera. It was a big fucking wasp.
Now, are you going to actually, I don't know, like have PTSD over this wasp?
No. I'm fine with it. It was just like, it was such a, because when I saw it flying around the tree, I was like, that's a big wasp. Hope it doesn't come here. And then it came towards me and I was like, God damn. Ty, you got to understand. I was less afraid of the sting and more annoyed about the prospect of cutting the video that I was already 7 minutes into recording.
Oh, so you were on a roll and it was going right.
Yeah, it was. But I just left it in anyway because it was
point.
Better.
Somebody asked in the stream there, in the chat rather. You sure it wasn't a murder hornet?
I'm not. I don't know, but it was look, because like I said, we have yellow jackets and wasps around with frequency.
Yeah, our host
This
in
was-
Seattle was talking about they have a bad yellow jacket problem.
Yeah, and this thing was bigger than any of them by probably double. And I was like, good God, that's a big wasp. But you can't stand there and get stung on camera. I mean, I guess that'd probably be 1 million views if I would have done that next time.
Well, I think actually this was a wasp because they are vindictive little bastards. I mean,
Yeah.
if they see you cower, they will come after you.
It was not good because we have bees, and the bees around us, they don't bother me because I know as long as I'm they just flutter around.
I got pollen to get. I got honey to make. Just get out of my way. Get out of my way. You're bothering me.
Right.
No,
so I don't mind them.
Wasps are aggressive.
How much is this whiskey? It was about $90. It's really, really good. And I do not like Jack Daniels. It's too sour.
Really? Like Jack Daniels?
Oh, I thought you were
that's what I was
arguing with
I was
it
like,
being too sour, and I was like,
oh no, I was going, really? You don't?
Yeah.
I don't like Jack Daniels.
oh, someone in the chat asked how much it was. I'm just saying I don't like Jack Daniels. I do like. I've had Jack Single Barrel Select, which is pretty good, which is about half the price of this. That's pretty good. This is really, really good.
And so that's better. And the Single Barrel Select is a step above Gentleman Jack, right?
Yes.
Okay. So is it a good $90 bottle of whiskey?
Yeah, I would spend $90 on it again.
Oh wow. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, that was.
I shall have to at some point. I don't know. I have an image to uphold. Maybe I can buy. Maybe I can buy a bottle of that and pour it into an old regular Jack Daniel's Black Label, and that way people won't think that I sold
guys,
out.
I got a neck ache. I got to end the show. Some jackass just really pissed me off.
It's good to know that you can.
It was, but no, it was a worthy buy. I went in to buy the Single Barrel Select. Is what I went to buy.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I saw this and I was like, ooh, I gotta try.
Well, I guess the upscale bourbon. We're gonna get this bourbon whiskey bullshit again.
It's not bourbon. There's nothing bourbon about Jack Daniels. It's not bourbon. There's not corn in the mash.
Fine. It's whiskey.
Yeah.
Okay. Good. This upscale whiskey thing, I guess even Jack Daniels is starting to take take that seriously. So yeah.
You should.
They didn't have. I mean, they had to have had really expensive booze when I was a kid.
You were just broke.
But yeah, I was broke and I was from a very blue collar family, and my dad drank Old Charter. That was his, or as I used to refer to it when we'd steal it, Old Thumbsucker, because it was some stuff, yeah.
It was some stuff.
It was some stuff, yeah. I found an old bottle on my stepfather. He's rest his soul. He died about 3 or 4 years ago, and I found an old one of his old bottles unopened of Wild Turkey, and it was, I mean, it was like in the Star Trek episode where Scotty blows the dust off of the whiskey,
Yeah.
And I was like, this might be pretty good because it's been sitting in this bottle aging for, God, could be 10, 20 years.
No, it doesn't actually.
No, it doesn't improve in the bottle.
It doesn't age. Whiskey doesn't age in the bottle. Once it's out of the barrel, it stops. Wine will age in the bottle.
Yeah, I discovered the flaw in that reasoning when I brought it over to a friend/client's house and said, "Ooh, look what I found." And he's like, "Wild Turkey." And I was like, "Yeah, it could really be good." And he's like, "Yeah, okay," because he's a whiskey connoisseur like you. You'd like him. What he'll do is he always has Gentleman Jack when we get together.
Okay.
While he respects our friendship, he just can't do regular Jack Daniels either.
It's so bad.
It's
such a bad whiskey.
No, he reacts very similar to you on that.
Yeah, well, you know why, right?
No.
Have you ever seen the movie Men at Work?
The Sheen brothers, right?
Yeah, Sheen and Estevez.
Long ago, yeah.
They at one point do the nasty in the show. and that's where, because they're garbage men, they have to squeegee out all the garbage juice that's on the bottom of the truck, and they're
That's
like,
what they
"Oh,
call
nasty!"
doing the nasty.
Yeah, they're like nasty, right as they're pushing it out at God, it's the gross. Like you can smell
I
it on
I
screen.
predict a metaphor coming down the road. Yeah.
Yeah, so
Continue.
the Jack Daniel's distillery, they make all of the Jack Daniel, they make the actually really high whiskey, and then all of the refuse and slop and rainwater and vomit of their employees that's on the floor, they squeegee that into fanes, and then those fanes actually just pour into regular Jack Daniel's bottles. That's where it comes
I've got to
from.
sample this and show it to my friend because he will be going, yes, that's exactly right.
That's
He's
how they
very,
make it.
very, very calm, very, even keeled. No, he'll go, yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's
Do the nasty. I'll have to rewatch that movie. It's been, gosh, eons.
It's been a long time since I've seen it too, but I remember that scene because, again, it's like you can smell the garbage truck and the garbage. It's like that. There's that Simpsons where Homer has to take a garbage bag out to the can or whatever, and he's wearing a slipper, and something happens and he steps in garbage water. He's like, "Ew, garbage water!" And you're like, "Oh, I know exactly what garbage water is like. Gross on your slipper." No.
Yeah, you should sample that and have that available anytime we start talking about Jack Daniels. Just
Yeah.
garbage water. I never thought of that, but that's that would be a thing. Garbage water, I guess.
Especially if it rains. Oh, it's just pick up all that. Okay. Anyway, we got some chats that I really hit, and
the grift must flow.
the grift always flows. The knowledge says, "Hi Ty, welcome back. Say something Dune related."
The grift must flow.
So I was reading a review of the new Dune movie.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I don't know about the reviewers thing, but they said basically that it is like everything is shot so big, but the story is really hollow. And they said it doesn't even hold a candle to the Lynch film. But it also could be an idiot reviewing it. I don't know.
No, there's but see, there's enough of these kind of reviews that are trickling out. We'll know soon enough. I don't have the highest of hopes for this movie. I mean, I want it to be good, but they made a few too many woke concessions. Frankly, that one woke concession isn't going to ruin a movie for me, but it's like you're piling up. And in the novel, the Fremen, it's a retelling of Lawrence of Arabia, but in the novel,
they should not have the Fremen. They should replace them with Femen.
I think, yeah. Well,
are you familiar with Femen?
No. Do I want to be?
I just want to caution you before you agree with that.
Okay.
Femen, I love them. They're my favorite people. They are ultra left. They're ultra left wing women in Eastern Europe, primarily, and they protest for women centric policies by being naked. And the overwhelming majority of them are very attractive. No, they are attractive.
They are. Wow.
That's the whole gimmick.
Oh.
I mean, they started allowing some fat ones in, but mostly they were these like thin, young.
Okay, Nick said that. I did not. I just want to make that clear.
It's just true. It's just true.
Let's skip a bit forward on that particular point.
So anyway, they should replace the Fremen.
Literally full of women. Okay,
they need to replace the Fremen with Femen. I don't even know what's the Fremen's role in.
Well, the Fremen they're the native. They're not. They're the indigenous people on the planet on Dune, on the planet Arrakis, and they are modeled after more or less a sort of Hollywoodish version of Arab culture. As I said, if you watch the movie Lawrence of Arabia, and you're a Dune fan, you'll sit there going, "This all looks really familiar," Well, so anyway, but a big thing in the movie is the coming Fremen jihad, because they are an oppressed people. Paul the main character is a messianic figure,
Right.
and he's got precognition. He can see the future, and
So is this why the plan to destroy the Atreides family doesn't work? Because like the plan was to cripple them by giving them Arrakis, which is where the spice comes from. But then,
and then when they and sabotage the thing and everybody turn against them. Yeah, that is the Fremen turn out to be they're actually ridiculously powerful and tough warriors. The novel is not perfect by any means. It's got the noble savage thing happening in there, but in any event, Paul keeps having this vision of the Fremen jihad, and that's what it's called in the novel, where the Fremen are sweep through the galaxy with with the Atreides banner, and so he's trying to prevent that. Well, as it always happens in classic Greek tragic literature, he winds up more or less bringing on his efforts to prevent that more or less cause it to happen. Well, so the movie comes along and they altered the name. They just took jihad out, and it's now the Fremen Crusade.
I've got a safe image of Femin.
Okay.
It's safe. Okay. So here they are coming up to Putin. Here she is. And notice what he's doing. The double thumbs up. Vladimir's like, yeah, buddy.
The thing about Putin is, are you really, did they think this was going to work?
Notice, is this Angela Merkel here, like retreating in fear?
It's good. It's very good.
His face is perfect too. Okay.
Oh, God.
I would love to interrogate you.
Just bring me that woman there. I want to see her. Tell me more about your feminist policies, but keep your shirt off.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Oh,
the thing about those kind of things typically, though, is they're done by women you'd never, ever want to see.
Yeah, typically. I think, and that was their brand, right? That was the Femin brand, was that they were going to be attractive feministas running around doing this. And I think they were really like big through the earlier 2010s, like 2012 to 2014. And they were like everywhere in Europe, pretty much you could find them protesting stuff, and they got a ton of attention because all the photojournalists were suddenly like, oh, I really care about their protest. It's amazing.
Yeah. Well, one of the guys in the chat here says, you say you'll keep protesting topless until I pass law?
Yeah.
My engineering buddies call that unintended consequences.
Yep.
But anyway, to wrap my little stream of consciousness on the movie.
Are you still talking about Dune?
Yeah, of course I am. We must honor the grift.
It's amazing that the chat knows exactly. They're like, well, I can kill 10 minutes with this. No problem.
And it's such efficiency too, right? No wasted words. I'm talking about them, not me, of course. Anyway, long story short, the movie seems to me to have a certain amount of an annoying level of wokeness, which might push it over. If you could gut the Dune story quite easily, and well, then you'd have 40K. But sorry, I couldn't.
No,
myself in that one.
That's fine.
But because like I said, at the surface level, Dune is really just a sci-fi retelling of Lawrence of Arabia.
I'm sure 40K has already absorbed Dune into it.
Yeah, somewhere in the Imperium, there's an Arrakis. Yeah, it could.
There's some sort of culture that is similar. Actually, I would.
Necromunda had a faction that looked like the David Lynch Fremen. I don't know. I didn't know anything about the backstory or anything, but it was one of the gangs, and Necromunda. It was a skirmish game, and
use the underhive of one of the big hives, and everybody's a ganger, and it's just a bounty hunting crazy system of gang warfare.
Yeah, I wrote a set of miniature wargame rules for Dune called A Fistful of Sardaukar. Yeah. Well, look,
you are the dorkiest dork to ever live.
Well, it's a thing with me. All my wargame rules have to be from a Clint Eastwood movie.
See, but you didn't even need to go to the Clint Eastwood movie. That makes you the extra the uber dork.
Not
you
helping
just said,
myself is what I'm saying, right?
You said all my wargaming rules, as in you have developed personally multiple sets.
Oh yeah.
Most people on Earth don't bother with the first one.
Listen, the world needed two completely different and discrete War of the Worlds miniature wargame rule sets. Okay, I'm just telling you. Yeah. But the problem is that there really aren't that many cool titles of Clint Eastwood movies. I mean,
you just title your next one your Magnum Dorcas.
Well, the Sardaukar of Madison County. Not really.
Sardaukar your wagon.
Yeah. Nerds.
What's that?
I fear that the Dune movie could very easily they could very easily have stripped out the deeper stuff that was hidden underneath the retelling of Lawrence of Arabia. And, the Lynch film is disgusting in a lot of ways. But it did at least kind of delve into some of the deeper aspects of the mythos. Yeah. If they're comparing it poorly to the Lynch film, that's not a good sign. We'll
again, this guy was, but you got like the review community has motivation these days. All of them, every reviewer has a motivation,
some axe to grind,
and either there's going to be the anti-woke reviews, right? Yeah. Like if you and I'm not saying this in a bad way. I know a lot of these guys and like them very much, but that they're coming from a perspective of watching.
If Doomcock reviews it, you're going,
right?
He's going to bring a certain perspective.
If you're going to get Nerdrotic or Heel versus Babyface review on a Marvel thing, they're going to be focused on like, is it woke? Is it this? Now they're going to cover other things. Is it boring? Is it entertaining? Is there good storytelling? Is there good character development? But a lot, like you're going to get that perspective. And then you also have the propagandist reviewers now because they want access.
Yeah.
And they think they can get it. That's the different thing.
Up to, well, I was on the Dune Facebook, a Dune Facebook group earlier today, and all these groups, these groups dedicated to some dead author. You run into this happens every few months, regardless. But anyway, this dipshit. I'm trying to decide if Frank Herbert is a misogynist, and he's got strong women in Dune, but at the same time, blah 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 blah. And I responded, at first I was just going to make fun of him, but I'm trying to be a kinder, gentler Ty. The project is not moving forward quite as well as we might hope. But anyway, so I said, you might do better just simply reading the novel and deciding if you like it. Even granting for argument's sake, the ridiculous notion that you can read an author's mind simply by reading a random work of fiction that he creates. So what? What do his inner thoughts have to do with your enjoyment of the novel? It's a serious question, because if the author's wrong thing spoils your reading of the novel, well, then you're not really reading a novel.
Well, no, Ty,
you're just virtue signaling. And
you got to understand. Today, I started and stopped very quickly reading an article about an 1860s era marine scientist, because he has been finally fully discredited because he fought for the Confederacy, and then after the war won, he went over. He fled to the South to create fled to Mexico or something to create a new Virginia to reinstate slavery. So now it was very important It was very important in 2021 to write an article about some 1860 marine biologist or whatever to do. It's like, who fucking cares? Like,
well,
okay,
the dipshit writing the article is trying to signal his or her virtue.
yeah.
What I love, this is always hysterical. One of the
Like
most
you pick that guy, like that. Just write
they're kinda
another
running
hit
thin.
piece. Just write another hit piece on Lee. It would be easier.
Well, I think that's the thing, right? They're running thin. They're trying to get visibility, and it's like, oh my god, another article saying Robert E. Lee was bad. Yawn.
Well, you saw they took down his statue, right?
Yeah.
They chopped it up.
They renamed my alma mater high school. I went to Robert E. Lee High School.
They renamed Lee High School.
They sure did. Well,
When
and
did
then
that
of course, in the middle of all that, they discovered that John Tyler High School, and so in Tyler, we don't have a official segregation, but like in a lot of towns, there's one of the high schools has a majority white population. The other high school has
The other one is across this train tracks from Stanley's.
Exactly. Yeah. Well,
I mean,
metaphorically, yes. So that school is named John Tyler. And someone said, "Wait, John Tyler? Hey, what wasn't he a slave owner?" And so they wound up having to rename both high schools some generic bullshit name. I couldn't even tell you what the name is.
They got to rename Tyler. They got to rename Austin. They got to rename Houston.
This is going to be fun to watch all this play out. And it just it gets ridiculous. What the funniest occurrence of that ever was in the H.P. Lovecraft Facebook group. One of the most liked comments I've ever made on Facebook was this guy, H.P. Lovecraft was a racist, and it's all this examples of Lovecraft's racism. And my comment was, "So what?" ?
Ooh.
And I fully expected to be booted out of the group for that. No, I got hundreds of likes. And then the little shit, you must be a racist too, or some bullshit like that. And I said, wait a second. Are you telling me that you are shocked to find out that the creator of the Cthulhu mythos might not have been too tightly wrapped? Really?
He couldn't be a racist, right? Definitely he wasn't. I'll die on this hill pretty simply because what do we know about cats? Do you own your cat or does your cat own you?
Oh, yeah, right. Are you talking about the name of the cat?
I'm asking about, do you own a cat or does the cat own you?
Well, a cat believes it owns me.
The cat owns you. You know it, right?
I'm conflicted. I can't make up my mind.
You are on a very important YouTube show right now, and if that cat walks up on you and starts shoving its face into your beard, you will let it.
Yes.
Any other thing on earth did that, and you go, oh, God. A wasp comes at you, what, you're going to let it nuzzle into you? No, the cat owns you. And H.P. Lovecraft's cat was affectionately named and owned him. He is the epitome of non-racist. It's clear.
Yeah. Well, you don't actually have to find out what his actual cat was named. Read the short story, "The Rats in the Walls," which is one of his early ones. It's still a great story, but the name of the cat is a little unfortunate.
That cat owned him.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Lovecraft he hated Latvians. I mean, really hated Latvians.
Who doesn't?
True. Totally understandable. But how many Latvians do you get in Providence, Rhode Island in 1924?
Right. That's what I like so much about his writing is when you place yourself in 1924 and he's writing about the Inuit in Alaska and their crazy like rituals and stuff. And you're like, oh yeah, there was never a National Geographic TV crew to go talk about these people. So like the Rhode Islander in 1924 who's reading the H.P. Lovecraft book is getting drawn in by the mystery and the aura around them, or the swamps of Louisiana and those backwoods people. And you're like, oh God, can you imagine? It brings me to this point where I think of a world in which we didn't know everything, and there were still corners of it that were undiscovered and untamed, and you're like, oh God, how terrifying might it be? And that's what makes his writing good, is everything is about the unknown, what slithers in the dark where you aren't, when you're not
that's
in
a
your
very insightful reading of that. I never really thought of that, but yeah, one of the things that really I'm not a huge horror fan. I'm more of a dabbler, but of course, because of the role playing game connection, I read I read Lovecraft, and yeah, it's a little the language is a little bit stilted, and it was archaic even for 1924. But he does an amazingly good job of tying in this ancient prehistoric uh, mythos with with what he claims to be the actual worship practices of historical groups, right? So
Yeah.
he'll talk about the voodoo priestess of New Orleans, and how she was actually worshiping Nyarlathotep or whatever. And so, but yeah, you're right. In those days, the internet was called an encyclopedia that, by the way, your family couldn't afford. You had to go to the public library, and there was usually only one of those.
and it was old.
And it was old. Yeah, it was out of date. So yeah, and Lovecraft, like a lot of authors, took a great many liberties. I mean, he didn't have any better access to information than his readers did. And I think I think if I ever get back to running a good long Call of Cthulhu campaign, I think I'll probably give my player characters a kind of a trigger warning. The cultures that you're going to encounter in this game are not necessarily in any way reflective of what we now know about them or think we know about them. These are the cultures as seen by H.P. Lovecraft.
No, you got to say these are the cultures as they were before being discovered and outed by H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah. But
forcing the dark practices underground, back where it properly slithers.
which sanitize them for our modern sensibilities. Yeah, but Lovecraft had all these just weird, crazy, hatred of Latvians. He was simultaneously anti-Semitic, but yet married to a Jewish woman. And by all accounts, it was apparently a very happy marriage. So, but like I said to that idiot, it's like, okay, the guy invented the Cthulhu mythos. That right there is prima facie evidence that he just might not be you're playing with a full deck. But again, how does that in any way materially affect the book, the story?
Probably made it better.
Yeah.
Look, one of my favorite musicians is Scott Weiland, the lead singer of the Stone Temple Pilots. He wrote all their songs, and he was a routine heroin addict. And frankly, their albums were better when he was on heroin than when he was, then after rehab, when he was clean. He wrote, I still like those, but his albums were better when he was on heroin. And then he died from overdosing. So it's a double-edged sword or whatever. But it's like, for the art, being off kilter is what makes the art unique. Like that's
well, I mean, certainly the artists themselves maintain that these drugs enhance their creativity. Probably do. I mean,
I'm sure they do.
Well, it's just, again, how about you just read the story and decide if you like the story or not? Why? How pointless? We're back to this rant earlier. How pointless is your existence that you actually sit around anguishing over that kind of bullshit? It's like
0 for me. I don't care.
Me neither.
I don't care about their past or whatever. Is the story good? If I like the story, it's good, and that's great. That's all it's interesting to learn about the person, but it's I just want the story to be good.
Well, I've always been pretty adamant that you should try to separate the art from the artist. My daughters will back me up on that. Now, sometimes the artist is such a complete piece of crap that I'm like, nah, you know what? I'm not going to give you.
When the artist
any
aggressively pushes their shittiness onto you, like that's where
that's different,
and into their work, that's where it actually gets really bad for me.
Sure, yeah.
Like I just don't follow like Chris Evans, right? Captain America.
Yeah, he's a dipshit.
He's a dipshit, but I don't I don't follow him on Twitter. I don't care what he says. And I'm like, man, I like this guy as Captain America. He
Yeah,
does a
he
good
plays a
job.
wonderful Captain America. I thought he was getting more politically. He's another one of these wokesters running around.
Yeah.
And it's like, dude, just look, cash your checks and shut up and entertain us.
Yeah, exactly.
If you are an actual professional at your job, you won't let extraneous bullshit like that affect how you do your job. I if I take on a client who is a screaming lefty, I will represent them to the best of my ability. Is their character as a screaming lefty going to affect my decision to take their case? Probably not. It's probably going to be all about can they pay and is their case getting.
I was going to say it might tangentially affect it because not a lot of screaming lefties can pay.
Yeah, right. But that's a secondary effect, right? Yeah, but I mean, I don't. If somebody came in, somebody called me and said, "Hey, I'm about to sell my business." Well, okay, we're talking about lefties again. A unicorn lefty calls and says, "I'm a business owner and it's a successful business and I want to sell it." And I hear that's
selling my Antifa supply store.
Yeah. Would you represent me? I don't think I'd say, no, I don't like your politics. I'm not, no. That would be doing a disservice to my family and the people that I'm responsible for, which, we get into leadership crap, but when you run an operation, own a company or whatever, whether you like it or not, you're taking on responsibility for the people who work for you and their families.
Right.
And I don't let my personal politics affect that intentionally. Now, my daughter said, "You got to take your Facebook private because it's bad to figure." Okay, fine. Yeah, that's fair. but no, so I have a lot of contempt for so-called professionals that allow. Have you heard this thing of these idiot doctors now saying, "I'm not going to treat someone if they didn't get vaccinated"? Yeah.
There's that. There's also one of the medical standard boards just came up and said any doctors spreading quote unquote misinformation about COVID will have their licenses in jeopardy.
Well, that's what's happening in blue states with the legal profession.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
I never in a million years thought I would see Americans, and for that matter, even lawyers, put up with shit like that.
And not only that, the lawyers are begging for it. They love it.
Yeah. They're back to this. They're back to this bizarre delusion that liberals have that somehow they aren't going to suffer from the policies they advocate. Everybody else will, but not them.
Speaking of being outspoken, shrieking lefty idiot, earlier in the show we covered this. I want to remind people, look, this thing's on Twitter. If you're on Twitter, I would appreciate a retweet and a like on this one.
Okay, I'll retweet it.
I'm not talking to, I'm talking to the
Twitter.
Audience mostly. A retweet and a like on this, guys. We got to spread the word on this one. This is me calling Vito a giant pile of shit. Now, many of you guys know that I'm buddy with Dick Masterson. I like the guy. He's always been nice to me. I may call into his show this weekend if I can, because I've been meaning to call into the show for a couple weeks. But and Vito is become somewhat of a co-host on, or he co-hosts a show with Vito now. And
Dick, you really should Dick, you should really rethink that.
Really rethink what?
Well, it's hard to play with shit and not get it on you.
Oh no, I was thinking of calling into the Dick show.
Oh, and wearing him out?
Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I'll have time, but he needs,
I would appreciate some form of alert. That would be worth staying up to watch. This is just one of the shittiest things you can fucking do on YouTube. And that's why, and to brag about it.
Yeah, well, and to be a giant fucking cuck about it is the thing. Like that is the shit. So if you guys are on Twitter, now if you're not on Twitter, don't bother. You are smarter than the rest of us. But if you happen to be on Twitter and you want to go ahead and give that a like and a retweet, I'd appreciate it. We got to spread the word. This fucking chump here's
to hoping that he's got something bad for him and someone will find it and nuke his ass. Because
Here, I'll
taste of
post
his
the
own
link.
taste of his own medicine, as they say.
Oh, he deleted it. Oh, did he?
Oh, you
Did he
gutless
delete it?
weasel! You gutless. Well, I think it's time for the Snoopy Happy Dance of Victory for you.
Oh, he
Gosh,
deleted it.
Vito, you're actually
Wow.
oh, and did he change his name back to Vito, whatever the hell it is? Too?
No, I don't know. I guess I could check. Now, Vito King of the Snitches, still there.
Yeah,
But yeah, no, fuck him. Fuck that guy.
He is garbage. Dick, if you're watching this show, get rid of that scumbag. Don't do anything that would put a dime in his pocket, because these people are enemies of humanity.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you could see the tweet earlier in the stream. You could see the tweet right before I refreshed it or whatever. So it's
They're saying in the chat that he literally did this 10 seconds ago. That means that strongly implies that the little pustule is watching the show.
he may be. I don't know. I think
Yeah.
it's a complete bitch move in general. Like I don't
Yeah.
look, I don't report anybody for that stuff.
No,
Like I don't care what
no.
just fucking knock it off. Just let people make stuff and leave them alone.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Vito. If you're such a damn genius, then your counterpoints should prevail. We've probably talked about this before, but you can always tell who the loser is in any argument. Look for the guy that's wanting to just shut the other person up. They're the loser every single time. Tom Bomba, he's not that little. When I use the word little, I'm talking metaphorically.
Oh,
yeah. Well, my hypocrisy only goes so far, so I won't I won't pile on to that stuff.
just oh god damn it. That
Yeah.
just like there's not a lot that burns me up
Yeah.
about other people. Again, if you have a shit take, I mean, fine. I probably have shit takes here and there. The chat tells me when I have a shit take. I have a barometer. They're like, no, you're wrong on this. And I'm like, no, I'm not, you assholes. And I drink more. But,
yeah, sure.
But
like
you
engage, right?
people have shit takes. What is not acceptable to me is trying to pull into this cancel culture. We're supposed to be in this together as people who create, to be opposed to that shit, because don't we all just want to make stuff like that? That's it. At the end of the day, we all just want to make our thing.
Well, no, he's obviously inadequate at that. I mean, that's one of his probably many inadequacies, right? Is that when have you ever seen someone who's really good at something say that others in the same space just need to be a priority shut down? Never.
Yeah.
The people who want to shut down other people are the absolute substandard mediocrities, and no matter what that is. And now, make fun of them, ridicule them. Oh yeah, I'm all about that. I love that. But the old Ty, the new kinder, gentler Ty is.
Oh, he replied to me 15 minutes ago on my tweet. Let's see.
You whiny little bitch.
I
wonder if he tries to passive aggressive you, which that's always glorious when somebody tries that.
He said yes, and I love it. That's what he said.
I bet
you're a giant pile of shit. He said yes, and I love it. Yeah, well,
I bet you do. I bet you do.
Have fun. Have fun.
Hey Vito, nobody likes you. No one. You know it.
Oh wait, he posted it back up again.
He's watching the show.
No. This was. No, this is an old one.
Somebody in the chat saying that Vito got dunked on by everyone on the kill stream, including Dick.
Yeah, I would imagine.
Oh,
because Dick doesn't like that shit either. Dick's been canceled from several different things.
So this little jackass is now took it down because he's afraid he's afraid he'll actually have some negative consequences. Yeah, don't care about it, huh?
Hopefully, yeah. I don't know. Hopefully Dick's like, what are you doing, you dumb motherfucker? Because that's what I imagine he would say.
He posted a new one calling you bozos. Oh, you sad, pathetic little twerp.
I don't care.
Yeah, it's like now myself, I lie awake at night, bothered by what some random dipshit on Twitter might think about me. you know, it haunts my dreams.
Here we go. Let's see.
Oh, we need to bring back dueling, Nick. We need to start a national movement, at least in the red states, and we've just got it.
Oh, he didn't call us bozos. He called everybody bozos. He's now doing the and I apologize. I know you're not a hugest fan of this, but he was
out.
no, he pulled the I was only pretending to, or he's pulling the I was only pretending to be retarded thing. That's a meme.
No, you can't. You'd have to be an
Yeah.
Academy Award-winning actor to pull it off that well.
Yeah.
I was just. Is that like the version of I was just joking when someone gets called on their bullshit? Is that
here? I'll show you. I'm I just want to point out that this is a piece of internet history. Here we go. Since you've never seen this, here we go. Let's see. You know, I lost a subscriber because I used the word retarded the other day. I told them they sent me an email and they're like, by the way, I really like your stuff, but you know, I take care of a mentally handicapped person and I was like, I get it.
Yeah,
you know,
I've made a strong effort, imperfectly, to remove that word from my vocabulary because I have, you know, numerous friends and clients and so forth that have children that, you know, that are, and I never really thought about how offensive it is to them. You know, it was more sin of omission. Unfortunately, it took away one of my favorite approbations, you know, fucktard.
Well, see,
I really liked that one. And, you know, I kind of got, you know,
I haven't used, or I haven't made any effort to remove the word. Because I don't mean it maliciously, and I don't look. Here's the thing. I get it. Like if it bothers you, and I would never subject someone to bother. But I want to point out in this particular thing, and especially because
context matters. This is.
I'm pointing out that this is a piece of memery that you've never seen. See,
yeah, that's great.
It's like, hey guys, look how retarded I am. Herder, fuck off, retard. Joke's on them. I was only pretending.
That's
right.
Yeah. Well, context matters. I you know, as a parent myself, and you too. I mean,
it is apparent I'm a parent.
Right. Well, you understand how personal this kind of thing can get, just by being a good parent. And so I've tried very hard to eliminate that word and its, you know, and its related terms from my vocabulary. It's hard.
Yeah, I let other people do the talk.
Why you think you done it?
Okay, number one, Your Honor. Just look at him.
He talks like a fag.
Just look at him. Yeah, Fast Times at Ridgemont High. The Spicoli scene, and he was having the dream of being, you know, interviewed by the sportscasters, and he's like,
"Oh, there was an echo. Sorry, here."
Yeah, there was.
I'll do it better. I'll do it better.
Why you think you done it?
Okay, number one, Your Honor. Just look at him.
He talks like a fag too.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, that's well, you know, that word, that was the absolute default insult when I was in high school and junior high.
God,
in the late 70s and early 80s. I mean,
best word.
That's why in Fast Times at Ridgemont High, Spicoli says, you know, when they ask him, well, what about so and so and so, he goes, those dudes are fags.
Yeah.
You know, that's just, I mean, you know, they're all. So as you know, that term also means bundles of wood.
Yeah, bundles of sticks, or a cigarette butt if you're French.
So maybe
because in French, even the cigarette butts are fags.
Maybe the most unfortunate named role-playing game adventure ever was a RuneQuest adventure, come out in the late 70s, I think, and it was called Scrap Faggot Green. And they were just really trying to have an English affectation. But yeah, I don't think we'll be seeing that one reprinted on Drive-Thru RPG.
Okay, That was the first super chat. That was about Dune. Let's get to the second.
At this rate, we'll finish.
See you
these
guys
chats
tomorrow.
by late next week.
More conservative with age. Ooh, that's a good name. Says Nick and Ty. Would it be safe to presume that rhinos like their fuda with empty ball sacks? Sure, they look like they're on the right team, but when the time comes to perform nut up, they show whose team they're really on. No, I think that's accurate.
That's a vivid metaphor. But
I never ever in my life want to see it again.
No, and with what little I understand about those terms, I think I probably would agree with Nick on that one.
Theta Sigma says, Nick and Ty, could you both give a quick TLDR on the current status of Vic's case? E.g., is the current appeal to dismiss the dismissal or just to dismiss the paying of
TLDR?
Too long, didn't read. So a summary. Or just dismiss the paying of Monica's court fees. No, they're saying on the overall thing. Okay, so here I can do this really quickly. It's simple. The current appeal was filed in 2019 and was accepted for submission on September 22nd of 2020 by the appeals court. And we are waiting on the actual response, which could be any Thursday at 9:30 p.m. Central. Now, what that appeal is from Vic's team, headed by Mr. Ty Beard and employing An Lee Sue. And who's the other guy? Mike Martinez, who's great guy as well. That appeal is appealing the dismissal of the charges under the Texas anti-SLAPP law called the Texas Citizens Participation Act. There is a cross appeal from Monica, Ron, Jamie Markey, and Funimation side. Actually, no, just Monica and Ron, if I remember.
Yeah, Funimation, I don't think appealed on that point.
Right. So Monica and Ron cross appealed the fee award that they received. Jamie Markey and Funimation did not.
Well, the Monica's counsel got about 40% or 30% of what they claimed were their fees.
Right.
It's still an exorbitant award of fees, in my opinion, but that's that. Yeah.
Yeah. So the current status is waiting for the proper Thursday when they release it. There's some theory that it'll be around the 1 year anniversary, but it's literally
that's numerology. There's literally no particular reason. And guys, waiting for an appeal for a year is that wasn't uncommon before COVID. And what you have to understand is COVID very, very seriously disrupted the courts. We're basically every day of COVID probably added 4 days to just about everything. Deadline wise,
for some of them, the annoying thing about the appeals released on this Thursday is all of the appeals released this Thursday were filed in 2021, except for one, which was filed after VIX was submitted and accepted in April of 2021. So
I don't think they certainly have no particular requirement.
There's no chronological reasoning to what they do.
No, and
I'm just noting.
If they I would assume they batch it all up. In other words, I say, okay, we're gonna, by this, we're gonna take these appeals in this order. It would certainly be logical that maybe they would take the simpler cases first to do it.
Yeah,
spread as much justice as you can by doing the simple ones. This is not a simple appeal.
Right. Vic's appeal had 8 appeal points on it, which is quite a lot. And then there are 4 parties opposed to him.
A dense record, evidence, and all that kind of stuff. I mean,
and a cross claim from one of the parties, which raised several appeal points as well. I think 2 or 3. So, I mean, the cross claim is like a typical size appeal that you see. 1 or 2 points are going to come through. It's like, we're just appealing narrowly on this issue. And then, but y'all's appeal is the whole shebang because, well, frankly, fuck chopped up. And that's my words, and completely botched the whole thing. And therefore, you have to appeal all of these different points that he got wrong. And in
Yeah.
my opinion, and you don't have to talk about this, but in my opinion, there were clear errors from Chup. It seems like he doesn't know how the TCPA worked. And I think that's evident in the fact that he was appealed and overturned on a different TCPA case after VIX, where he denied a TCPA motion on what was clearly a slap. It was reviews of someone posted to a business that had actually worked on their thing, and the review was about the business that they did. So it was an auto restoration shop restoring an old car. They said they did a bad job, they overcharged, they didn't timely deliver, and he's like, no, that's not an anti-slap. It's like, that's what the anti-slap was made for, you dummy.
Your assessment doesn't vary dramatically from my own. I'm going to get in trouble. My staff's going to wear my ass out if we start talking about this.
No, wait, that's why I said
crazy idea, Nick.
It's all my words.
There was that amendment to the U.S. Constitution, and I think actually there's like almost identical language, sort of in the Texas Constitution, that lets me criticize elected officials no matter what their fucking job is. Okay, I'll stop now. Sorry. And Lee, I'm sorry. And Lee is my compliance conscience.
Barange says, "Why didn't you cover
I
that?"
literally see an Ann Lee doll, an Ann Lee devil popping up on my shoulder, going, "Don't do this. Do not."
No.
And then there's little Nick Devil. Don't listen to that homo.
Say whatever you want.
Yeah.
I would never call Ann Lee a homo.
Well, no, that's a classical reference from Animal House. You remember?
Yeah.
Don't listen to that homo. She wants it. You know?
Barange says,
"Oh, that's a movie that could never be made today." By the way, Animal.
Oh,
House.
there's a bunch of them.
Hey, if that one ever comes up on Amazon Prime, that would be one. That would be a watch party for the ages.
We need to do Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Well, just figure out when you want to do it and let me know. I'm going to be extremely busy, but that also means I'll probably need a release from time to time.
Yeah, I got to figure out what time of day to do it, because I normally do them so late that you would never want to be on.
Yeah, it's for me personally, early, mid. So I go in super early and I knock off fairly early in the afternoon too. So something like 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon, believe it or not, is a great time.
Okay.
All the way to about 6 or 7. At that point, you're starting to get close to my bedtime. My nominal bedtime, as you know, is somewhere around 7:30 or 8 p.m. Because I'm up at 3:30 to 4.
Real quick,
most old guys believe that early bird gets the worm.
I've tried to say the sentence like 9 times.
No, I'm not going to let you.
I'm starting it the same way every time. Barange. I did talk about that case. I didn't do a separate video on it because, look, for some dumb reason, I've not wanted to like milk the Vic coverage. I mean, I could do a Vic video every day and say the same thing. I don't like doing that. I get really bored. And the Chup thing, I covered it on live streams at the time it was happening. And I know it's stupid to assume that people see what's on the live streams, but that's where I covered it. I didn't do like a full expose on it. Maybe I still should. I'd be like, proof. Idiot Chup doesn't understand TCPA. Like I could do that at any time. Maybe I will at some point. I have no idea.
You won't be getting calls from me begging you to stand down if you were to do that.
Okay, back to the chats. Chats. Dean Domino.
This is number 3, right?
This is number 4 now. Dean Domino 25 says, can't catch the stream because weekend shift, but looking forward to seeing you and Ty on the replay. Also, Ty should subscribe to Count Dankula's channel. Absolute Mad Lad series is right up his alley. Yeah, it really is.
That sounds great. I've heard that. I might actually be a subscriber.
Count Dankula is the guy who taught his little pug dog to do the Nazi salute every time he said gas the Jews.
Oh God, yeah. Okay, yes, that's where I remember hearing it. Wow.
Yeah. It was
Nick, you're really just a poser on the whole I don't care what people think compared to that guy.
he went to he got fined. He had to, he lost in court.
Canada or someplace where
UK, Scotland.
Oh, where the First Amendment doesn't exist. Oh, by the way, all those lectures I used to get 20 years ago on Usenet from snotty Europeans about how we don't have to have a First Amendment because it's already enshrined in our common law. Yeah, how's that common law working out for you guys?
Yeah, it doesn't exist. Oh, he
In
went.
Australia,
Did he go to jail
what
too?
the absolute bleep is going on? Why?
Australia is the biggest. I'm telling you, it's a fake country because they all pretended to be tough, and turns
How
out
did, no, they
like
were
90%
tough.
of the country is a bunch of pussies.
They were the shock troops of the British Empire.
No, they weren't.
Well, they and the Scots, right? It was basically, who was meaner, the Scots or the Australians? I don't know. Yeah.
Right, but they just got a bunch of other Brits to talk funny and called them.
I think
Australian,
probably just all of the men were killed off in the wars, I guess. And what we're left with the wussies, because that's just, you should be stringing your politicians up from lampposts, guys.
Well, I mean, the big warning was when the Australians voluntarily gave their guns up.
Yeah.
I mean, that was your first warning that you're not a tough country. Did you see
that article where in one of the states, one of the ridiculous states, they're actually going into people's houses when they buy too much, when they buy more than the government prescribed amount of alcohol. They got these people
in Australia.
Yes, yeah, I know.
How much?
The land of Foster's lager.
How many cans of Foster's is that?
Yeah, no, it's but I don't. Was it Queensland? One of their states. The police are literally tracking how much booze you buy, and of course you're locked down hard. You can't, what you got to do except drink if you're in Australia. But yeah, I'm going. Who in their right mind would put up with that crap? But like you said, they stood there and let themselves be disarmed by a bunch of hysterics. And who could have seen that coming, Nick?
It's bullshit.
Unexpectedly.
Baron Sky says Ty's favorite song has been updated with video in your Discord DMs. 1 minute 43 seconds. No, I'm not going to play that. Right? Is it a Lemoyne? Let me just see what it is. I don't want to.
I categorically deny that I had any involvement with that video. I was sampled at the end. I wasn't. On the other hand, actually, if it makes the other side think I was involved, I'm fine with that too.
Okay. Is this it? Hold on. Oh my gosh.
I've never recovered from that video you showed me on your show a few times back with the kid thing.
The feminist boy video?
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, that's what this is. No, we're not playing that shit.
Oh no, is it actually that song?
It is, but updated.
Oh God, no.
We're not gonna do that.
No.
Not tonight. No.
I don't have my barf bag here easy to get to, and it can get embarrassing.
Okay, where do we go? Did it just move me from my spot? Hold on. Digitalis says, love today's video. Always nice when you stop to break down a ruling while out burying the male hookers in the woods. Your dedication is admirable. Look, once you dig,
take your compliments where you find them.
You pat down the earth, then you got to let it settle and pat it down again.
It's New South Wales, by the way, not Queensland. Sorry, you other.
Well, but see, it could be Queensland because Queensland's been acting like bitches too. I don't even know anything about the political divide in the political map of Australia. I just know that every time I hear about anything in Australia, I get really pissed.
Well, I'm hoping if we might get to this at some point. I'm hoping that we're going to find out here in the United States, at least next year. We're going to find out just how angry people are at all these shenanigans. This is going to be the first election where they're going to be held accountable. We might get some sense of it, seeing how Governor Hairdo does in California. I fully expect that he'll.
Oh, they are running hard defense on him in the media.
Yeah,
suddenly his polling tripled.
Oh yeah. No, I mean they aren't acting like they're all that confident. California elected the son of a bitch in the first place, so I'm finding it difficult to believe that they're going to go, oh, it turns out he's just kind of a weak sissy boy. By the way, for any of you guys that watch 30 Rock, Newsom and Devin Banks, exactly the same person.
Yeah, there you go. Ben Frail says police in Melbourne this week have been rounding up Jews, chasing them over rooftops, etc. Couldn't make this stuff up. Lockdown may end someday.
Religious observance, maybe.
The Jews have been notoriously outside of Israel, like ultra conservative Jews ultra liberal Jews in the U.S. have been all of the anti-vax stuff, right? Like from a couple years ago, all the anti-vaxxers and all the measles outbreaks and stuff. That was Jews, ultra liberal Jews in private schools in New York and stuff were the ones who had the measles outbreaks because they were wildly anti-vax.
Yeah, I 2 or 3 years ago, somebody was talking about, that if you did a heat map of the anti-vax movement, and then overlaid it with a map of where all the Whole Food stores are, it was the same map essentially. Now that the whole vax thing, I would like to talk about that at some point. This vaccination mandate threat that the senile creepy pedophile in chief has threatened.
Oh, it's on the agenda, so we can talk about it whenever you want. We can talk about it right now if you want.
Sure.
I'm trying to get through. Actually, I do need to get through the big super chats first.
We do.
Dale Newton says the guy with the game room that I escaped to throughout the hell of high school, where I played new games all the time, ran a games of Torg, TNT, etc. His game room pulled me away from thoughts of suicide. He's now lost to COVID. Have a shot with me. Well,
I lost a good friend to COVID, and I lost my best friend for 30 years right before COVID hit. I know what it's like, and it sucks. I had a lot of older friends in gaming, and so now I'm in the bittersweet position of inheriting their collections. They pass away, and their children or their spouse like, man, do you want these games? We're going to throw them away otherwise. So I've actually settled on a plan. I got my game room. My new game room is just about finished. I may try to start streaming from there, but I've got shelves that I'm going to put little gold nameplates on. Like, this is my friend Dave's collection. This is my friend Mike's collection. That kind of thing. The older you get, unfortunately, the more of that you see. 10 or 15 years ago, it was people my parents' age that were dying off, and now it's people my age, and it really sucks. Life is short. I have one friend that died. The friend of mine that died of COVID was a gamer, but he hired me as his counsel, and I hired him for marketing. I mean, we were friends and professional thing. And for 2 years, we talked about, man, we got to get together and play a game. We got to do this. We got to do this, and we never did. So enjoy your friends, guys, because nobody's assured anything.
To Dale Newton's buddy, he didn't put a name, so cheers to him. May he rest in peace.
Yeah, sorry as hell, man.
Yeah, my dad lost a friend the other day. I didn't realize that I had met him until I was thinking about it, and he's been my dad's friend forever, but I just met him probably a couple years ago. I was at a family reunion, and my dad it was down in Houston area, and it was just a little south of Houston. And so my dad got a bunch of his buddies together to play golf, and so I went and played golf with all of them. And he was one of the guys. I met him. He was super nice, but I didn't get to spend much time with him or whatever. And he just died from COVID, and it was really rough. It was really I had dinner with my parents the other night. It was really rough on my dad, and it was like, God, just sucks. Like, it sucks. And there's nothing you can do.
I lost this best friend of mine. His wife died Monday this week. Oh, I got a story to tell about my daughters. And that's the thing, right? When you've been friends with somebody for 40 years, I was at their house when I was 15, 16 years old. I mean, I grew up with these people. And so after he passed away, I stayed in touch with her and kind of looked at, did what I could to look after her and all this kind of thing. Well, she died Monday. So Tuesday I was in the office, and the girl, my daughters work in my office, and they came in and they didn't know when I told them. I said, yeah, so-and-so died, And Brittany says, "Well, how you doing?" I said, "I'm okay," you know, because I'm a man, right?
Right. You
I'm
have to
okay,
be.
absolutely. And she her eyes kind of narrow, and she looks at Brianna and she says, "Dad, we could come over tonight and watch Sands of Iwo Jima if it'd make you feel better." At that point, I had to get out of there before I started weeping like a little girl. It's like, you know, you,
Dad, we come.
is that not just epic?
Okay, that's
I
ridiculous.
mean, that's like something out of a movie or something, right?
Yeah.
And I was like, and then later it's like, well, we just didn't have time to watch Band of Brothers. So I was like,
Tactical Doodle says it should be required to mention age, issues, weight when talking about fatalities. As for age, he was in his early to mid 60s, I think. Issues and weight actually weren't issues. The guy was really, really in shape. He was,
is that he was friend down in Houston.
Yeah, he used to be.
Yeah,
he used to be Beyonce's personal trainer back in the day.
Yes.
Look, he's one of the kind of anomaly cases. It's just how it happens. It's not. I don't want to make an issue out of it or anything. He just sometimes there are a percentage of people who get it bad.
Comorbidities that you're simply not aware of. I mean, they don't know everything about this disease, right?
Right, and that's not the point of this discussion or anything. It was just really rough on my dad, to lose a friend of such a long time.
It sucks when you lose someone close to you who's young, who shouldn't be dying, before their time, kind of thing. It seems especially hard for me. And I don't know. Some of that may just be, you're being reminded of your own mortality when that happens.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I had a friend of mine's wife died. Like, not to belabor the subject, but a friend of mine's wife died the other day. They were in their 30s, and I think she was even a little younger than he's about my age. She's a little younger than me, and it was complete freak. It wasn't COVID related. It was randomly was diagnosed with cancer, and then they did an operation, and then she went into a coma and never woke up. And the operation was supposed to be routine and safe and normal. They had no expectation. She just, for whatever reason, didn't wake up, and sometimes that's how it goes.
It's just so I don't know that you ever get used to people dying around you. God, I hope not. But when you're younger, the cliche is always, when you're young, you think you're bulletproof, and there's a lot of truth to that. It's really more a function of you're just simply not aware, or you're not processing all of the dangers and exposures. Something about being a parent, at least for me, made me a lot more aware of, how fragile this life can be. And so when that happens, it's disturbing. I mean, it's upsetting because you've lost someone that you care about, but it's disturbing too, because it's cracking through your wiring. It's saying, hey, by the way, the world's not as safe as you've implicitly assumed.
No.
And that can be very, very troublesome.
I know, how I learned that? It's when I stand up after doing a live stream and my right hip pops. Like audibly throughout the entire house.
Wait
and I go,
hurting.
Fuck, I'm old.
By the way,
no, it does. It does hurt until it pops.
Yeah. Well, and that's not going to get any better. I don't want to. By the way, so buddy of mine, in fact, our friend that flew with us to Seattle, he. Long story, I won't get into it. He accidentally wound up with one of these reclining chairs that apparently stand you up. Have you noticed?
Yeah, I've seen one of those. I have seen one of those.
He maintains it as he maintains it. He says it's the greatest thing since sliced bread, and he's not particularly, he doesn't have any serious health issues or anything. So, I have to admit, I'm tempted. I just don't think I can find a chair as comfortable as ye old Secret Labs chair. I really wish I was getting some kind of kickback from them. because
I tried to get them to send me a chair and they never responded. So I
Well,
bought a different chair.
we've been, we've been slowly replacing our nice lawyer office chairs with these things because they're that much more comfortable.
Well, they're made to sit for longer.
Yeah, they're and I think actually they are starting to go into the high-end office chair space.
I'm in a much higher end chair than you. You pathetic boomer.
Yeah, I don't have an award-winning zillion-dollar making YouTube program like you do.
This is the Logitech paired up with Herman Miller to make the ultimate ergonomic gaming chair, and it is magnificently comfortable.
Well, okay, those are just not two names that I would generally think of as particularly cool.
Herman Miller is like the premier office chair.
No, I know. What I'm saying is that's about as staid as it gets. It's boring.
Oh, Mr. Secret Lab over here. Okay. Blaine 20 says, "Howdy, Ty. Did you get the honey or did the Amazons eat all of it?"
I haven't been back to the office. So if you sent it to the office, I think so. I think you sent it to Vic, I think.
I have no idea.
I think he sent it to Vic, and we're relying on Vic to give it to me and not eat it himself. So we'll see how that plays out.
Yeah.
I think we all saw that embarrassing display at the wedding and the cupcakes.
I was sitting there. I'm like, the man is going back for more cupcakes. This is ridiculous.
It's always the skinny guys that can eat like that. It's like, it's support. It's support. You're just rubbing it in. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he has to throw up after the eating because that's how he fits into his gay pants. DOG Beer says, "Ty, I saw some pictures of you and Nick in Seattle. With all due respect, I must ask, are you a hobbit? If not, how tall are you? Also, how big is your dog now?"
Well, Nick's like, what are you, like 6'2"? I mean, you're
6'2" to 6'3".
Yeah. No, I'm wary. I'm 5'8", 5'9", what, 5'8", 9", something like that.
So I watched this guy on YouTube named Sam the Cooking Guy. I like him, and it makes me hungry, so I watch him all the time. And he was cooking a thing today, but he was talking about his height, that he's like, I'm not that short, because he gets the opposite I do. People are like, oh, to me, they're like, oh, you're so much taller in person. To him, they're like, oh, you're so much shorter in person. He's like, I'm not that short. I'm 5'10" and a half. So I left a comment on the video where he said that. And I said 5'10" and a half is 6 feet shorter than 6'1".
Well, he did sort of ask for it. I mean, I hate to. So in the chat, someone, Excalibur, is saying that get the Secret Lab soft weave. It's even more comfortable. Okay. I'll pass that along to the people what are responsible for ordering that stuff in our office. Soft weave.
There you go. Defiant Lemming says, for Ty, con sluts. And then he says, love you guys. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Superstitious. No, I watch Ethan Chablowski too. He's good. He's good. I want the YouTube that I watch it's like cooking or Warhammer or D&D. That's all I do on YouTube. That's all I watch. I don't understand why.
Yeah, someone here says, hold on. Damn it, I lost it. Something like Ty is small. Small's not really the word I'd use. Well, I've got ridiculously broad shoulders. I really do. That's why I have custom made suits. I can't wear, and shirts for that matter. If I get them off the rack and they fit me in the shoulder, they're like a tent maker made them.
You'd be so proud of me. I wore a suit shirt, a suit tie, and a suit coat yesterday.
No, really?
But shorts, because I was
okay.
It was a Zoom
had
hearing.
To be some angle on that.
It was a Zoom hearing. What am I going to do? Put suit pants on for a Zoom hearing?
No,
that doesn't make any sense.
That's all you needed. Just don't have some naked woman in the background walk by like that.
I took down my whiskey poster and I put up the "I'm not a cat" poster or picture behind me.
Yeah,
It was
Yeah.
rough, man. A guilty plea hearing for plea guilty to 5 of 48 or 47 felonies and 3 misdemeanors.
It's that case, the one that we've been talking about.
Yeah.
Oh crap!
Yeah, it was
When are they going to?
well, sentencing is in
Yeah.
late October, so I have 45 days roughly to convince the judge that my client shouldn't go to prison.
Man, I sure do hope you pull. I hope you can succeed on that.
I think so too,
Should be-
because if anybody is a very good candidate for a probationary sentence, it's my client. Like really, like, and I'm not just saying that, like,
No,
'cause
you're not talking as an advocate. You're talking. I agree.
I've
I
had
mean,
I've
what
had
you told me
plenty
about
of
that.
clients that deserve prison time.
Yeah.
This
yeah.
one actually does not.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, but that's
it's,
a beating. That's a beating when you got to do that, though.
can I talk about it? I mean, it's public, so I can talk about what they're charged with. They're charged with 50 different charges of theft over a multi-year period. Basically, charged with a scheme of embezzlement is how it goes. And it's the only reason they're charged with so many different criminal acts is because of how Minnesota does the charging for this type of long-term crime. Minnesota lets you, they do a couple things, but what they do is they let you aggregate into time periods all of theft acts over a given period of time. For example, 6 months, you can aggregate all thefts and then total them up and charge them as one charge. So it makes a bunch of small transactions into a big charge over a period of time. So
that would seem to be a due process violation. Maybe not. I guess it's state law, and and they're given a lot of power. I don't know.
Yeah, believe me, I checked. It was it's been thoroughly constitutionally challenged and upheld, and well, my client pled guilty, right? So it's simple to say. It's simple to say that for the acts that my client pled guilty to, the hard part is that my client was guilty of them according to my client.
Yeah.
So that being said, there is, Minnesota has a downward dispositional departure from sentencing guidelines, because we have guidelines. They take your criminal history score, which that's the unfortunate thing in this case, is that even though all of the crimes were against the same victim over a period of time, and my client has 0 other criminal history, they get treated because of each charge as having the worst possible criminal history.
Inflates the scoring. Yeah. God.
Right. So because of that, because of that, they're in the top category. And so my job is to convince the judge based on that and other factors that they shouldn't be. And the judge has discretion, and it's up to her. It's up to the judge to take care of it. So we'll see what happens. And, that's, I don't do a lot of legal work, and I don't want to do a lot of legal work, but this is a case where hopefully I can help. And frankly, the plea deal that they've gotten is actually a pretty good plea deal, even if we don't get the downward departure, but I'm hoping to do better. So anyway, but no, I can't talk about anything beyond what I've said. That's all the public stuff. That's all publicly available. In fact, people on certain websites have already talked about it, and that's perfectly fine. It's all public, and that's okay. So I don't have any problem with that. But that's what I can talk about.
Yeah.
Superstitious Oblivious B says, "Can you sing the following in Kermit voice?" Yeah. Okay. I've been alone with you inside my mind, and in my dreams I've kissed your lips 1,000 times. Sometimes I see you pass outside my door. Hello? Is it me you're looking for? There you go.
Lionel does not deserve that.
Look, they asked for it in Kermit voice. What am I supposed
I'm
to
not
do?
criticizing you. You know, you're a professional. You have to do what the marketplace demands, but
Yeah,
it's wrong to treat Lionel so disrespectfully.
it is. It is. Heel versus Babyface says, did you say Vimto? I love Vimto. Lovely fruity drink. Yes, Vimto. General Isimo says, the legal bite stream. I was in agreement about her being too pure for your degenerate garbage until she suggested eating guac with a spoon. That makes purveyors of scat porn look saintly by comparison.
That's harsh but fair.
And then he said, Ty, balls or no balls. So
no balls?
Balls.
I'm done.
Balls.
Skip on.
James Spoon says free speech is awesome. Worst case, you know, who has horrible ideas and you could just ignore them. What the fuck is the problem? Exactly. Yeah. I want the worst speakers. I want them to have a voice. So I know
who has confidence.
I know
in
who's
their
stupid.
Ability, well, anyone that has any confidence in their ability to win an argument, it's not going to scream to censor the other side. It's the losers that want to censor, and it's just that simple.
Yep.
Sorry, I was looking at some of the chat.
The burbs.
Like,
the burbs. I'm not getting a pop filter. Angry Bellsprout says, where was Late and Gay during Alex Jones streams a few hours ago? How'd you feel if your chief of police said unity within the black race was more important than unity within the city of Killeen, Texas chief did it a few months ago? That's interesting.
And what the hell does that mean exactly?
It doesn't mean anything. It's just something to say.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you know, all these things are actually showing just how idiotic a lot of these elected officials are. Well, chief of police probably isn't elected; they're appointed. But the Plano chief of police is a complete pile of dog shit. I mean, he screwed. You know, when the citizens of Plano, Texas, got tired of these people blocking intersections because they had to get to work, some guy, you know, gets out of his truck and says, you know, get out of my face, kind of thing. Yeah, so the Plano cop, they're watching this going on, you know, arrests the motorist who was trying to get to work.
Yep.
And then the chief and the police chief comes out and makes some bullshit thing like, Plano, seriously?
My favorite. Have you seen the guy who busted up the protesters? And he's like, people got to go to work. You ever see that guy?
That's what I think that's what I'm talking about.
No. This is
what same kind of thing though in Plano. But yeah, go ahead. Then.
This wasn't. Hold on. This wasn't in Plano.
Okay.
This guy was great. Here we go. Let me see.
Damn it, Saul in the chat. I think I agree with you.
Here we go. This guy. What a hero.
The hero that we need.
Throws the flag over the fence.
Get the fuck out the way! Go! Get the fuck out of here!
No, that's some road rage I can get behind.
He's not even driving. They gotta go to work.
Oh!
Look at this guy.
He took it. This guy, one guy took their side.
It's glorious.
Sorry.
He javelins it over the fence, and then he goes up. Get the fuck out the way. People got to go to work.
Well, I mean, you can imagine if you actually have a job and you're supposed to be there at a certain time, or God forbid, you know, you've got a meeting. I mean, and these shitheads are standing there just blocking traffic.
I
yelling
got in
their
trouble because
inanities.
some jackass was trying to jump off a bridge near St. Paul's, so I was late to work. And I'm like, it's not my fault. I left him plenty of time. Some asshole's trying to kill himself, and the cops won't let him. So I'm stuck in traffic.
Totally inconsiderate, really. You know.
It was lame. I'm like, why am I getting in trouble for this? There's no way I could have predicted Randy wants to kill himself on Thursday.
Well, you know, sometimes it's not even about having an excuse for your boss. Sometimes you actually just have genuine obligations that you need to tend to at a certain time, like, you know, meetings with important clients and stuff like that. And this kind of crap costs you money.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. That guy was right. People got to go to work.
My state senator buddy, you know, who heroically has sponsored a couple of really, really good laws.
Did he sponsor the abortion law?
He did.
I love that law so much.
Well, he also did the voting law that got passed. That's not quite as tough as I'd like to see, but it's still pretty good.
You know what the best part about the abortion law is? They
The
stopped
private cause
talking
of
about.
action?
They stopped talking about the voting law entirely.
The
That
voting law.
snuck in. They waited like 2 days. They waited like 2 days after the abortion law, and then that voting law snuck in. I saw like one headline about it and nothing else. And they can't stop talking about the abortion one.
Well, I have nothing but good things to say about Brian. Brian Hughes is his name. He was a partner in our law firm for a while, and you know, somebody came along and made him just a much better offer than I could, and so he went with my blessings. I was glad for him, but he is a brilliant lawyer and would have been a really heavyweight, top caliber lawyer, but he's also a very, very good and conscientious politician, and just, I mean, you know, there's almost nothing bad I can say about the guy, and I'm so gratified to see him, you know, because he was in the legislature, he was a representative and a very effective one, and you know, he transitioned over to, you know, won the Senate seat, I guess 4 years ago, maybe 5 years ago. And so to see him, you know, climbing up that ladder on the Senate side is great to see. But anyway, when we move our office, we're moving into the building where he is, and I was that building is right across the street from our courthouse there in Tyler, and I was going to a hearing or something, and I get out of my car, and they've got these sad, pathetic protesters in the square, like about a half dozen of them, and they all look like, you know, complete. And they got their bullhorn, and it's Senator Hughes, you are. And, I mean, I had to almost physically restrain myself from just walking by them and saying, "You do know that the windows are soundproof, and he can't hear you." but I did.
Senator Hughes has got to go. Abortions are needed for hoes. Senator Hughes has got to go. Abortions are needed for hoes.
Well, you know, it would have been better what they were saying. It was sad. I mean, I wouldn't have engaged them to harass them because they were just pitiful. They looked like they were probably, you know, in their early 20s. All, of course, white and very, very earnest. And, you know, and it's like, guys, you're going to need to bring a little bit more game than that if you're going to, you know, take down an insanely popular and effective state senator. So yeah, so that's going to be kind of fun. I'm looking forward to see it on a regular basis again.
That law is so beautifully crafted.
It is a work of art. I mean, it's a work of art too, because it uses some of the left's most favored tactics against them, which is glorious.
So I was invited to a debate today, but I couldn't go. All week I have had kids activities because it's the start of school week here. And though we homeschool, and maybe you can attest to this as a homeschooler yourself, you homeschool, but your kids are in a bunch of different activities that you don't do at home. So my kids are in band. I got a kid in soccer. My kids are in piano, violin.
Y'all have a homeschool co-op where the parents Yeah.
I teach the Constitution at it to the high school.
Yeah. That's the coolest thing. When I say co-op, guys, what I mean is all the homeschool families get together, and parents who have particular competencies will teach all the kids. So, for example, Brianna took a chemistry class at our local junior college because one of the homeschool dads was a chemistry professor. And, so when you think, I don't know what people think of when they think of homeschooling these days, but it's not like some, they're in a little bitty room and you're.
It's not what it was
pretending to be
50 years ago.
No, it's well, I mean, we were using distance learning in the early aughts. I mean, in those days it was still on videotapes, but you'd get entire curriculum. Oddly enough, of all people, Bob Jones University had a really, really good homeschool package. I learned about it from an IRS agent.
Would you guys want me teaching your kids the Constitution, or would you want some dope with an education degree?
Oh yeah,
a bachelor's in education,
teachers union poli sci major. No, education major with a poli sci.
26-year-old former woman presenting as a man. Poli sci major, not even a poli sci, just literally an education major who got dumped into the law class in high school teaching the Constitution. I want me teaching it 10 times out of 10. I'm way better.
Yeah, Sharon Young was asking, why was Bob Jones' curriculum oddly enough? Well, I mean, it's a religious institution, but the curriculum was not particularly religiously based. It was just very good. Normally, religious based curriculum has a strong religious component to it. I mean, that logically.
Yeah.
But no, and like I said, I learned about that curriculum from an IRS agent who was a homeschool dad. He audited one of my clients.
Yeah.
But funny ways you get talking to people. He's actually it was one of those opponents that you respect, and it was mutual. We both did our jobs for our clients, and I think we both did a good job for our clients, and we found a place that basically neither of our clients really liked. Yeah. So, which made it a great compromise.
It's crazy. Homeschooling today is I mean it when I say it. I've been saying it a lot lately, and it's homeschool your kids. Get your kids out of government schools. You can do it. In fact, the crazy thing is, it would be better, in my opinion, to pay for your kids to have daily childcare and then homeschool them afterwards. If you've got to go to work or something, than to send them to a government school.
You can't screw it up. I mean, Tori and I were lucky because she was a certified elementary teacher and I was a certified secondary teacher. So but honestly, the only teaching competencies, mostly educational classes, are about crowd control. I mean, at the end of the day, they're not about the actual academics and how do you teach something? Well, that's ridiculously easy, and that's an understood thing. It's not that hard. But you think about it, in a typical high school day when I was doing that, you show up at 7:45 and you leave at 3:45. So gosh, you've got a whole 7 hours that you've got to be there. Well, the kids show up. Nominally, each class period is an hour long, but the first 5 to 10 minutes is basically wasted time as you're getting them started. Yep. The last 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever, is wasted time because they're getting ready for the bell. And then there's 10 minutes between the class. So really, just kind of nominally, every hour of education in high school, you're really only getting about 40 minutes of actual teaching
out of a whole day.
Well, per period.
Oh, I would say it's even less, but
no, I'm trying to rig it in favor of the schools just to make my point, right? You're absolutely right. I'll get where you're at. In just a second. So figure 40 minutes per hour at best, you have actual education. Okay, here's the thing. A teacher can't teach at the speed that every single kid learns best. You've got to actually teach at about the 40th percentile. Because if you don't, the slower kids are going to fall behind and they're going to turn into discipline problems. And if you go below that, the bright kids who are already in danger of checking out are going to completely check out. So really, so if you happen to have a bright kid, which I did, and I suspect you do too, Nick, the fact of the matter
My kids
is,
are smarter than me
me too,
miles.
yeah,
I always tell them they're dumb though.
well, yeah, of course. We've got to try to keep the illusion for as long as you can. But I got news for you. They're going to figure it out. Sorry to say. But bottom line is, if you can double the teaching efficiency, and that's very easy by just simply adjusting the teaching to the kid's ability to learn, you'll at least double the efficiency of the school teacher. So now effectively, taking that into account, these public school kids are now doing 20 minutes per hour of learning, and then you think about, well, what is the learning drag of misbehavior in the classroom? Well, when you're homeschool, not a lot of misbehavior because you know who did it.
Well, the thing is, when my kids are on task at home, when they're on task and they're not whining, they get done with their homeschool like full day of curriculum in like an hour and a half to 2 hours.
So the math that
that's with lunch.
Yeah. Well, let's see. Typical school day, 6 periods.
Well, I think isn't it 8? No, it might be 6.
Well, right? 6 hours. 6 hours nominally of learning. Let's say it that way. Yeah. Well, you keep chopping it down. You jump straight to the end, but you keep applying these chops that I'm doing. What I wind up with is the observation that in a given day, my child in public school gets really about 1 hour of quality instruction. In homeschooling, even if you do it badly, they're going to get 2 or 3 hours a day of quality instruction. So you just about can't screw it up.
And for people who are really like who are curious about what, because there are some subjects that like I would be bad at teaching, right? Like chemistry. I don't really care about chemistry. I'm not going to be good at teaching it. Here's the deal. If you homeschool your kids in Minnesota, I'll say, let's say they can graduate when they're 16 really easily. They can have all the credits they need. And the best part is in Minnesota, because I've been paying taxes on my kid going to school, even though my kid doesn't go to school, they get to do post-secondary education starting at 16. So my kids can graduate high school and they can go straight into college level courses for things like chemistry, physics, math, higher mathematics and stuff like that, paid for by the state because I've been paying taxes in the same way that every other parent has. So there's actually because I wouldn't want to send my kid to high school chemistry, but I would happily send my kid to a college chemistry class.
Nick, are your children allowed to participate in public school extracurricular activities if you wanted them to?
Yeah, we won Minnesota. We won that.
Yeah, Texas.
They tried to keep it out.
Yeah, Texas is an extremely homeschool friendly state. We're actually treated, my wife and I, when we were doing this, we were a private school. That's how we were legally seen as the state. And the state of Texas they messed with us. And the area churches were extremely gracious and friendly. So, we never had a problem getting space for events or anything. We had their prom. We had Brianna's prom at the country club that I'm at. They had it was one of those crazy things. They had a prom scheduled at somebody's house, and something happened, and it all fell through. And it fell through like the morning of their prom. And so I called out at the country club and said, "Hey, could you help a brother out?" And they did. It's Holly Tree, the country club. Your grandparents are basically the reason why I'm a member of that country club. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been, because it really is not like creative a country club, but they loved it. So
DTLS says, aren't your kids more likely to turn into a commie in the college chemistry class versus the high school one?
No.
First of all, I would say no, not in the physical science classes. But second of all, the chemistry professor at the local college teaches at our homeschool co-op because his kids go to the homeschool co-op. So no, definitely not. Not this one. that guy's probably based in red pilled out of his mind.
By the way, in the chat, Clarissa very pithily took our 30 minutes of rambling and compressed it into one sentence, which is really kind of mean of her if you think about it. The school day starts way too early, goes on way too long, and wastes too much time.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that basically just summarizes the last 20 or 30 minutes of free association.
Yeah, no, she nails it.
Yeah.
Let's get back to chats. Stephen Cooper says the Wasp was an assassin sent by Laura Elkind. God, I need to do something to make her send me more stuff. Jared says Woodford Reserve for me tonight. Oh, nice choice.
Oh.
That's what I drink on Delta has Woodford Reserve in first class. And so when I fly for business, I fly first class typically. And I drink Woodford Reserve. I don't really like drinking on planes. It makes me feel my head kind of swimmy, and I'm already kind of weirded out on a plane. But because when I sit in first class, like, well, I got to have a whiskey because I paid for it.
Did you fly first class to Seattle?
No, I was dumb
Okay,
and I
good.
didn't upgrade my seat. I meant to I tried to upgrade my seat like 2 days before, and it was too late. It was filled up.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that was so stupid. I should show you my picture of my window seat on the way back because I had a window seat. There's no window. It's just a blank wall. Just a fucking wall. And I was like,
I always score the window seat if I have any input because I want that damn thing. I want that shade down.
Yep.
Because normally if I get on a plane, it's usually I want to sleep most of the time. And invariably, if you're not on the window, some jackass will flip that thing open. The sun will be shining right in on you. It's like,
yep.
Yeah.
And I like to have the wall to lean on.
Yeah, I do too. Where it's really sweet is you get one of those exit aisle seats, which has more leg room than first class.
Yeah,
those are nice.
Those were all taken by short women.
Yeah. Something that's usually worthwhile is if you fly Southwest, go ahead.
This is my window seat. Hold on, there.
That's
my window seat, chat.
Where's the window?
It literally was just a wall. I wasn't between windows. There wasn't a window there.
That's interesting. Yeah, if you fly Southwest, you can pay a fairly nominal fee, $20 or some such, and it gives you the right to board before anybody else boards. And Southwest, it's a cattle car. They don't assign seating. I would always do that if you fly Southwest.
Yeah, the Southwest doesn't really fly out of Minneapolis.
Oh,
so. Generalissimo says, wow, it took Nick less than 5 seconds sober to outdo Yellow Flash's deeply feminine Gundam moment. I think Ty now has to take your man license away on stream. Oh no, it's so big. I can't let it penetrate me. Talking about the Wasp. No, I didn't cry from the Wasp though.
No, there was more of a oh shit quality to your reaction.
I've been stung by wasps. It's days and days of burning.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
I don't much like them.
It's
well,
like
I'll tell you
chlamydia.
what, you get stung again, I can bring a bag of Red Man up and take care of you.
MT Taylor says, if doctors are not going to work on people that are not vaxxed, then they should not restart people's hearts if they are fat. Correct.
That's right. And that's where this shit ends. I tell you what, if I had
it's the death panel's argument.
If I had a family member that was in bad shape and some fucking doctor said, I'm not going to treat him because me and a 2x4 might very well have a meeting in the parking lot later. You're a professional doctor. Do your damn job.
Amateur Ant says it's in the Constitution to rebel against a tyrannical government. If this isn't a time to rebel, I don't know what is. Should we be taking over military? We should be taking over military bases right now. I don't recommend trying that. You'll
Yeah,
probably
not
get
right
shot.
now, but unfortunately, I think the situation is like this. No sane person should want a civil war. Okay, you just don't. They're uniquely destructive. The problem is the other side are complete insane fucking morons who apparently think that they just can just pass laws and pass laws and pass laws, and and we'll stand down and take it. And there's a point at which I don't know precisely where that point is. There's a point at which I go into the gun safe and say, I'm done. I'm not going to go along with this. And I know a lot of people that are more hot headed than I am.
Yep.
You know, and I think yeah, so, Ty, will there be a civil war? Well, the left is doing their level best to bring it about.
I mean, they're trying really hard.
Yeah,
It's
they really
crazy. It's
They-
crazy
well,
to
they
me
are
how hard
crazy.
they're working on it.
You know, liberalism is. I used to say this half jokingly. I'm not joking. It's a mental disorder. You know, I mean, talking about the vax stuff. Just as an aside for a second, I was talking to a friend who is somewhat to the left. Well, to the left of me, that's not saying much, but she happens to be very, very concerned about vaccinations and very, and da da da. And she said, these Trump supporters, these stupid Trump supporters, attacking vaccines. And I said, you do know that African Americans have the highest proportion of unvaccinated people, followed by Hispanics, right? Nick, it was as though I didn't say it.
Nope, they don't. They cannot process the fact.
Literally just went right past her. I mean, and she just kept babbling, and I said, wait a minute,
funny
stop.
thing is, Biden even acknowledged it in his speech.
Yeah, I said, you understand this is not a left and right issue. That these aren't, you could possibly make the argument, I think, validly, that those on the right are a little more vocal about it. But this is not a left and right issue. That didn't fit her worldview, and she just simply refused to even engage or acknowledge it. And that's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with people who have literally walled themselves off into echo chambers, and you can't reason with people like that. Well, if you can't reason with them, you either submit or you resist. There's, your choices. But yeah,
well, that's what Biden said in his stupid speech was they're going to be heavily targeting minority communities with the vaccine mandates. And it's like, again, I wonder what reason blacks might have to not trust the government, and particularly Biden, who sponsored the bill that put those wild youths or whatever he said behind bars, all of the dads in the black community behind bars because Biden and his sponsorship of the crime bill.
The thing is, I hope this is true. I think it might be, but I hope this is true. I think that the Democratic Party is about to learn something that they have simply been unable to process, and that is that a big chunk of their base does not share the same concerns as a bunch of bossy, neurotic, insane, affluent white women, liberal white women. I can't wait till they try to force the federal workforce. 20% of whom is African American. I don't know what the percentage of Hispanics are, but I'm sure it's similarly overrepresented.
It's got to be 10% at least.
Well, what the Hispanic population of the country is, about 15%. So you'd expect
the black population is 15%. I don't know what Hispanic is. I don't know if it's that high.
You would expect the Hispanics to be overrepresented because of the federal government's commitment to affirmative action.
The black population is overrepresented in government employees.
Yeah,
right? Like you said, it's 20%.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, great. We know what's going to happen. Okay, they're going to hit a brick wall of resistance, and so now we're going to get into selective enforcement.
So I mentioned earlier I was supposed to be on a debate today about the Texas abortion law, right?
Yeah.
And one of the people in the debate has this argument that the right to an abortion is the right to bodily autonomy from the 9th and 14th Amendments, borrowing it from Roe versus Wade. And my point was that they made that up. And my evidence that they made it up and it doesn't exist is because you tell me you have bodily autonomy when a government can mandate
Force
your
you
vaccine conditioned on employment. And here's the crazy thing. And if you were like, oh, well, blah, 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 well, it's just government employees. It's like, okay, let's say tomorrow, Joe Biden is not Joe Biden. Instead, Joe Biden is replaced with Billy Graham or something, right? Some ultra conservative president comes out and he says, no federal employee can get an abortion. No federal contractor can get an abortion. If you're going to get an abortion, if you get one, your entire company loses its contract with the federal government. That thing would be repealed, overturned by every justice who ever lived. Like, it would be overturned so fast.
And
it's embarrassing. Right. And it should be, because abortion shouldn't be a federal issue. Never should have been.
You're expecting an idiot lefty, which is like saying tall giant or wet water. You're expecting an idiot lefty to actually not be a hypocrite. And to actually, extend their arguments beyond just the one little point they're trying to make. My body, my choice. My wallet, my choice.
Yeah.
Where does it? It's actually a violation of international law to force people to accept medical treatments that they don't consent to. That is a war crime.
It's also basic. It's very basically a Fourth Amendment seizure of the person.
If the Fourth Amendment doesn't apply in this situation, what the hell does it apply to? I mean, it's crazy, and you run into the problem too. And we've had this conversation. Is I've got the fortune of having a good friend who has a master's degree in microbiology. He's a lawyer actually, but and I know several other sciencey people. And these vaccines are not actually vaccines in the same sense that the smallpox vaccine was a vaccination.
No, and that's why they changed the CDC.
Yeah, you saw that too.
This is all backed. We're not, okay, YouTube, here's our contravailing statement. We're not talking about the efficacy or effectiveness of the vaccines, or we're not giving advice on what people should do. But the CDC changed their definition of what a vaccine is from immunity to a particular virus to a reduction in symptoms or whatever. They pared it down to a resistance,
which is asinine. The thing is, had the government shot straight with these treatments, okay, what they should have said was, look, these things are not classical vaccinations. Because we rush them out, and because of the way they operate, it's going to be very likely that COVID is going to develop variants that the vaccines are going to be ineffective against, because the vaccines target one little bitty aspect of the COVID virus.
Because the vaccines are basically an antibody booster.
Yeah.
In this case, they don't work in the same way. They prepare you to defend against the particular strain. It's like the flu vaccine, and it's why the flu vaccine is sometimes not effective, because basically how the flu vaccine works is there's like 40 or 50 different strains of flu.
Yeah,
and they pick like the top 4.
We think this coming year,
So they say these 4 strains look like they're going to be the emergent strains this year. They mix up a cocktail, they shove it in you, and then if a strain that is not one of those strains comes in, you might have reduced symptoms because your body might be slightly more effective at fighting off the general disease, but the variants will overcome the vaccine and the flu, and you'll still get the flu.
Yeah, it's the same. It is exactly the same with COVID. Look, I don't want to get into the vax debate. Everybody knows my opinion on this, but my point is, if the government had been honest about what these things are and what their benefits and limitations are, like you would have hoped they would be about with any medication or any treatment, then I think a lot of this shit wouldn't be anywhere near as controversial as this. But the government, once again, lied to everybody. They came out and said, this is going to make you immune.
Not only did they lie,
knowing damn well that wasn't true.
they lied.
Knowing-
Plus they shamed.
Yes,
That was
and
the
that's
other
thing.
problem. Yep, you
Yeah.
can't. So before they had mandates, they had government issued shame.
Harassment campaigns.
Government issued shame doesn't actually work.
Hell no.
Ask the war on drugs how well government issued shame has worked. It
Well,
hasn't.
As an adult, when has scolding any other adult actually changed their behavior in the direction you want it to go?
No,
Ever.
ridicule kind of works. Scolding doesn't.
Ridicule just makes me feel better, which is the objective. That's all I require of ridicule is that I feel better. But seriously, if the way you deal with adults is you say, look, here are the facts that we've got, and you shoot straight about the benefits and the costs, and then you let the adult make their damn decision. You don't try to cram it down their throat. And like I keep saying, we said that to our host on the show we did last time. Until you can answer the question, why should I trust anything the government says? Until you can answer that question substantively, you kind of need to shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Frankly. I mean, because at the end of the day, all of the pro-vax people are saying this. You need to get vaccinated because the government said so. You know what? Fuck the government. I don't want. Why? Sorry, that's not a good enough answer. And at the very least, you ought to try persuasion and not scolding.
Umbrella Corps Security. Umbrella Corps Security says, would the vaccine hesitation be solved if the government mixed in the painkillers with the vax? Yeah, they should just lace opioids with vaccines, right? Like,
well, I've got a theory. I got a theory too about these vaccinations. I think people have a much deeper fear of needles than we ever let on. I think when I was a kid, I got a shot for everything because my mother was a nurse and the doctor she worked for, that was free. If you got medicine at the drugstore, you had to pay for it. So I got stuck, and for years I had to be on death's doorstep before I would even consent to go to the doctor. I'm over it now. I'll take a shot. It doesn't, but I mean, there was a time where I would, go into the doctor and just be fearful of getting needles. And I do think that's a big part of it.
I was talking about this the other day. I've hated needles forever. Like, I know up here, it doesn't hurt. I know it's not a big, if it does, it's like a tiny pinch. And
it's the psychology of that needle going into your skin.
Yeah. It took the, now I'm on the whatchamacallit, allergy meds where I have to get 2 shots every 4 weeks. And like, so now I'm like, okay, well, give me the 2 shots, I guess. Like, that's just it's just what you have to do. Yeah. But for the first couple of them, and I was saying, like, my body physically reacts to the idea of a needle where I'm bad at them taking blood. Cause I've donated blood once in my life. I'm like, no, this is mine. Fuck you. But I donated blood once and it was hard for them to get enough blood out of me because when I looked down at the needle,
flinching.
Yeah. My body shuts off the blood flow.
Interesting.
I
do think that's that nobody wants to admit that, but I do think that's part of it. But like I said, by and large, and this idea that these vaccines are somehow better than actually having had it is bullshit. The other solution would be this: why the hell are we not letting people have antibody tests? There's no principled reason I can think of to force anybody, period. Okay. But even using the bullshit logic that that Biden is trying to use, if you've had COVID, there really is no particular principled reason to force you to get a vaccine on top of that.
And the silly thing is they should count people who have had COVID amongst the vaccinated for the purposes of herd immunity.
That's right. Well, that's the thing, right? These vaccinations are not going to give us herd immunity because they're aimed at very specific parts of those viruses. And if a variant pops out that doesn't have that vulnerability, they're going to be totally ineffective. The antibodies that are produced when you actually have it attack every aspect of the virus. I'm simplifying. Look, I'm not a scientist. This is what my sciencey friends are telling me. And so I'm sorry to break the news to everybody, but I think everybody's going to get COVID. You know,
Yeah,
I
well,
thi-
it's
I
not
think that's
going
where this.
anywhere.
No,
You're
and
gonna get it at some point because
and
it's like the flu. It's never going away.
yeah,
Wherever it came from, the Wuhan lab, wherever it came from is responsible for this disease existing for the rest of time.
yeah,
And at some point, maybe some administration will be honest about what happened
no.
and go ahead and take that into consideration and go, you know what, like
Here's what
maybe
will happen.
playing with these viruses isn't the smartest thing to do, because if one happens to get out, you release a pathogen on
And
the
you know, it
entire
sort of
planet forever.
seems to me that that's a violation of the Geneva Convention too, prohibiting
Well,
biological weapons.
That's why
what
why
this will-
China was doing it, and we were funding it through a grant and then a sub grant that's not regulated. The
And
sub
how
grant.
stupid do you have to be to pair up with the fucking Chinese to make biological weapons? You know what's going to happen, Nick? Eventually, the evidence is going to come out that we funded that fucking laboratory.
It's out. It's already
No,
out.
but I mean, what I'm going to say is it's going to come out so strongly that not even even the shills in the media aren't going to really be able to deny it. And I'll bet you money, you'll see overnight the very same people that got huffy and indignant when it was even implied that the Chinese might somehow have some responsibility for this. They're going to be in the streets demanding that we pay reparations to the world.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely. You know, I mean,
Well, that was the thing. I covered that the other day. So Fauci seems to have lied to Congress.
in a
because-
sanely ordered world, he would be strung up from a lamppost by now.
Well, that was my whole.
He is absolute garbage.
My video title was Fauci lied, 650,000 Americans died. And then my point right away in the video, I said, in a sane, consistent media, this would be the headline, because it's exactly what they said about Bush and all that stuff. And like, this would be what they're saying, because Fauci lied to Congress about the grant money going to Wuhan to fund gain of function research. And he like ripped up Rand Paul, and the CNN was like, oh God, Fauci. Oh, he's so smart. And then it turns out, you know, months later, after Freedom of Information Act requests, they found out, oh yeah, no, actually we did specifically fund gain of function.
Well, this is going to get real
research.
interesting when the Republicans win the Congress back next year.
Yeah.
Because they're going to put that bipolar garden gnome, they're going to dissect him.
God, when he starts talking tough, I just want to punch him in his tiny little midget face.
So here's a question. Does he have a more punchable face than David Hogg, who really
No.
is the gold
No one
standard
does.
for punchable? Yeah.
No one does.
Yeah, I got bad news for young David. You know, he's still trying to be relevant. His 15 minutes having been way over. Dude, you've got the worst case of resting bitch face I've ever seen. I mean, you're worse than Anderson Cooper. you're worse than Brooke Baldwin of CNN. You're even worse than Jim Acosta. I mean, nature has given you the absolute most epic resting bitch face ever given to a human being.
Look
So
at this
you will
fucking gnome amongst men.
Yeah. He is a bipolar garden.
Even
gnome.
this man over here makes him look
Yeah.
like a fucking manlet.
Yeah.
God, you could
and
you
look
could
at-
uppercut him by trying to do a body hit.
Look at that look on Trump's face, right? You know, as you know, I work primarily for entrepreneurs, and I feel like I have some insight into the thought process and stuff. I can tell you right now, at that moment, what's going through Trump's mind is, this guy sounds like he's just full of shit.
Look at Pompeo. Pompeo's like, what the fuck are you talking?
Yeah. I mean, but no, Trump's got that head tilted, eyes closed thing where he's going, oh shit.
Now,
He is full of it.
To be fair,
You know,
Trump put Fauci in charge. Like
well,
he was
Fauci was in
advised.
charge.
He was advised to do it.
Yeah.
But he gave him the reins and said, "Run with it." And the knowledge that that's a bad idea is really simple. Joe Biden kept him.
Yeah. Well, you know, we when Trump gets reelected, because he will. You know, I think Trump would be the first to agree that he grossly underestimated the deep state. And I don't think he'll make that mistake again. By the way, I have a theory that they're going to try to impeach Trump yet again on some pretense.
Oh,
because they're that terrified of him, and they're going to have to. Here's where this is kind of.
You mean in like 2023, late
No.
2023?
They're going to try to impeach him next year, or this year. No, they're going to lose Congress. I mean, they already know it. I mean, they're going to lose the House.
Okay, so they lose the House in the elections, and they run the impeachment prior to the House.
That's my theory. They're going to do it next. They're going to. And I saw the precursor, and it's one of those things I had to get engaged in the meeting, so I couldn't follow it up. But I saw a story today about Trump, some kind of phone calls or something. Phone calls that Trump made to that Georgia. I don't know if it was a Georgia Secretary of State.
Raffensperger.
That shithead.
They're trying to run that again.
I think they're going to flog that, and they're going to use that. They're going to trump that up. And that'll be their windmill tilting for. But here's why we want this to happen, guys. We want them to do this because every day that they're wasting time on that is a day they're not getting that insane tax bill pushed through, or some of the other crazy shit that would be devastating to the economy through. We want to keep them distracted. My theory is we can beat them because we're basically dealing with a party full of either senile idiots or 2-year-olds. You know, we just have to be, I don't know, even halfway smart about how we fight them. But I think they're highly vulnerable to distractions.
I think the Republicans would need a colossal screw up to lose in 2022.
Well, if they do, it's over. I mean,
they can. But I have full faith in the Republicans.
Never underestimate the Republican ability to throw the ball over the fence. Yeah. But I mean, the scale of colossal ineptitude would be shocking. But if everything plays even, I mean, the way it just historically always has, it's their window of opportunity is closing, and if we can get to Christmas without anything disastrous from a legislative standpoint happening, oh man, we will count our lucky stars. They shouldn't pass anything really controversial and ugly in an election year, but they're not smart enough to know that. Just like they're not smart enough to know that alienating the African American community and the Hispanic community is probably not a very smart move if you're a Democrat.
Just like, do you know you have been sued, Ty, by the way? Do you know that you've been sued?
Yeah, I've been sued. Yeah.
No. Like just the other day, you've been sued.
I got sued the other day? Cool. No.
By the U.S. government. Merrick Garland sued you?
Oh, he did.
He sued Texas. But he also had to sue every presumptive plaintiff under the new law, which actually technically probably I've been sued.
I have this
the
vision
entire
of
chat.
24 million answers being filed.
God, that'd be so funny. It'd be so funny.
Oh, you know what? Well, now that's an operation I can get my arms behind. We ought to start rounding up thousands and thousands and thousands of presumptive defendants and clog that court with denials.
Find a way to actually even better. Find a way to anti-slap it. And then make the government pay fees to every single respondent.
Where did they file it? What circuit?
Oh, it might be. No, it's probably filed in federal court, and Fifth Circuit doesn't recognize it. Damn it.
But is it filed in the Fifth Circuit?
I think so.
Oh, they're dead. It doesn't matter. The Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals is rock solid. They may get it in a friendly idiot trial court somewhere, but probably not. Most of our federal judges down here were Trump appointees. We lost two of our Supreme Court justices, both of whom I know and have helped their campaigns. Don Willett went to the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, and Jeff Brown went district court down in Corpus, I think. They were both really good judges, but I think they can do more good as federal judges than state Supreme Court judges. I wondered about that. I figured they had to have jurisdiction down here. That's funny. I need to sit down and study that. I may ask, that would be hilarious.
It's a mess. It's so stupid. This is the problem. Like they are trying virtue signal. So go ahead.
Well, we need to war game this, Nick. I think what you need to do is you need to answer and counterclaim. Well, because you want to force the Justice Department to file, thousands and thousands of responses, and then everybody send the standard disclosure thing to the government. Well, it's federal court; they have to.
Well, imagine them having to serve everybody.
Boy, there are companies that they do nothing but process service for the debt collection industry, right? Because that has to be done. It's different in every state and all this, but you have to do everything precisely right in the debt collection space. So a company like Track America, some of these companies, man, you talk about high cotton. That's funny. I would love it. I would assume they did some kind of forum shopping. They probably got it in what they think is a friendly district court, I guess.
The Wall Street Journal has an opinion piece, and it says from the editorial board itself. Okay, this is the headline: Merrick Garland's Texas two-step. The Attorney General files a lawsuit as dubious as the abortion law he wants to stop. Like when the Wall Street Journal is punching down on Merrick Garland's legal filing.
Boy, yeah. Speaking of resting bitch face.
Oh, Merrick Garland.
I don't know about you, but
no, he's got resting cuck face.
Yeah, he does. Well, they're related. I mean, but no, isn't he just a bitchy little man?
Oh yeah.
I am so glad that he never got close to the Supreme Court because he is an insufferable little shit.
Yeah.
And you can see it on his face. He is ass blasted and butthurt for never getting a chance to be Supreme Court justice. He's like David. He is what David Hogg is going to look like in 30, 40 years, right?
Here we go. Defendant, the state of Texas. This is from the lawsuit itself. Here, I'll pull it up. This is in the party section. Defendant,
you just love showing off all this new functionality, don't you?
The state of Texas is a state of the United States. The state of Texas includes all of its officers, employees, and agents, all of them, who, by the way, none of them can actually sue under the law. You cannot be an official agent of the state and sue under the law,
no.
Including private parties who would bring suit under Senate Bill 8, which includes literally everybody on earth.
Well, so don't they have to serve these private parties?
You would think that would be part of the issue.
Well, I got some bad news for Merrick Garland. Our Attorney General has got a crack legal team, and they are pugnacious and contentious. He sued the Obama administration more times than like half the states combined.
He sued the Obama administration more times than Ted Cruz did.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's how you just label that one.
Yeah. I mean, no. Paxton is, he's he
also,
goes to this.
Paxton sees everything because he looks in multiple directions at once.
Yeah. The eye of Paxton. Yeah, he's an interesting. I don't know him very well. I've met him a number of times. He's, Brian has a real high opinion of him, and if he impresses Brian, that's pretty good. But I mean, just look at the body of their work. So I got news for. I would imagine they're going to make a real serious move to just get this thing dismissed. And how embarrassing would that be for the smartest liberal would-be Supreme Court justice in the universe?
Yeah.
just get bitch slapped by the court.
I mean, just having the parties, it would be. I'm
I
hoping
don't think you've alleged. I don't think you've alleged the parties properly.
No.
Um,
No,
I
well, you
don't-
can't. The state of Texas is removed. That was the brilliance of the way the law was written and why the Supreme Court said no. Look, I think the Supreme Court will ultimately overturn the law. I do, because I have no faith in them to actually take a real shot at Roe. But so I think they're going to overturn the law.
But again, if that keeps the enemy screaming and caterwauling and screeching and fighting and all that kind of stuff, I mean, some of this is just distraction, right? I mean, anything we can do to make them spend time and energy, because they have a limited window of opportunity. It's now about 14 months at absolute best. And remember, you start getting, you get past about March, you don't really want to be authoring, really truly controversial legislation.
Yeah,
because that's how you get creamed for a generation. So let them. I mean, the thing is, it wasn't something the court could easily dismiss, and that's the brilliance of the law, in my opinion. But no, Paxton and his people, they're gonna come firing back hard, and if I were a client and I was forced to hire either Ken Paxton and his people or Merrick Garland and his clown show, I'd go with Paxton every time. So that's. But yeah, for example, can the state of Texas answer for me?
I can't figure. Wouldn't they? I'm trying to figure out how they would, because normally, normally like an unnamed party whose like agent is sued would have to file in as intervener.
What you do is you file a motion to this. I mean, again, I'm just making shit up procedurally, but you file a motion to dismiss at some point because they failed to serve. You file a motion to dismiss the case against all the parties that are listed who haven't been served.
Yeah,
the court could do that on its own initiative,
or a motion to wouldn't you do like a show cause motion? Show cause as to why you haven't served.
In the federal
to
system,
run up the bill.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you do the show cause motion, to run up the bill. So then they have to do the show cause hearing, and then you get to say, okay, well, that's not sufficient. Now you motion to dismiss and then file for the frivolous.
It's like, Your Honor, they haven't properly served anyone in this suit except the parties that have nothing to do with it, the state of Texas. So they're on the horns of a dilemma, aren't they? Because, well, they have to sue the people of Texas for this to have any kind of jurisdictional validity. But you can't sue people if you can't serve them. And if you're not going to serve them, you see what I'm saying? I mean, there's got to be this is funny. I wanted to look at that. I'm glad you brought that up, because I wanted to. Like I said, I've got this job thing. Again,
here, I'll. You want me to text you or email you a link to the actual pleading?
You can text it.
Okay, I'll do that right now while I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, but
and we've got to get back to.
Oh yeah, good God, man! Have we already been going for 3 hours?
Yeah, it's been flying by, because we've been. This is why I like having you on, because we just get to whatever.
I have a blast on this show, but yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I don't know why we even bother to have topics.
Guys, this is my 1K shot, by the way. I poured it back when it happened. Thank you for making it happen, as always, as you always do. And I have been sipping it.
You have 1,000 likes on this show.
Yeah.
And that, so okay.
Yeah, and I'm also like, this is like my 5th.
I'll take a symbolic drink.
It's like my 5th one. I'm
starting
to get that little head swim. I think this is my last one for the night, because I'm going to go up and eat something meaty after this. Dude, I made pork chops today.
Pork chops.
So we had Friday nights during the summer, we go over to my in-laws' place for a Friday night grill out. They invite all the kids. My in-laws have 7 kids. And so they invite all the kids and the grandkids over, and whoever wants to come can go. And I thought they were done. Normally we're done by Labor Day, but it was like 85 degrees today. So we actually had another one. And so I brought pork chops and I seasoned them up with, some rock salt, some black pepper, and then some crushed red pepper, some oregano, and then I grated up some fresh Parmesan cheese. And then I threw those on the grill. Oh my God, they were good.
You know, my mother made pork chops a lot when I was a kid. I think it was probably just cheap in the early 1970s in Louisiana, pork chops. And the thing is, she made good pork chops, but I just got so tired of them that I rarely eat them now. It's not that I don't like them. I just pork chops. Yeah. Like Hamburger Helper. I just can't eat the stuff, and it's not that I don't like it. It's like it's so much of it, you know.
Yeah, it's well, here's the thing. I go in phases. Yesterday I made filet mignon yesterday. Cuz I've gotten to this thing where I'm trying to eat less meat at a time. I used to be, I want like a 28-ounce steak, right? But now if I eat a 28-ounce steak, I end up on the toilet for like 2 hours, and that's not good. So now
that's not going to get any better either.
Right. So now instead of paying for a 28-ounce steak, I'll pay for a 6-ounce filet mignon, right? And then I'll cook that, and it's really delicious steak. It costs more, but super tender. So I made some filet mignon yesterday, and I was at the store, and I told you I watched that Sam the Cooking Guy, and I was watching him make a pork Milanese, which I want to make that, but I couldn't do that on Friday Night Grill. So I bought pork chops and was like, I'm gonna make some fucking pork chops. It was really good.
Now, are you like the I made a pureed nut spread with a grape relish reduction paired up with a brioche bun?
Most of the time, no.
Well, you know what that is.
Yeah.
It's peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Look, when I screw up cooking, I just mangle it up on the plate and I say I made a deconstructed whatever.
Ah, nice.
Because
they say that a law degree is not useful in other aspects of your life.
Exactly.
Dissembling is sort of a core, talent.
Ben
Super
Graziano.
chats. Go.
Ben Graziano says, "Hey Ty, new to the Tyler area.
Hey,
is there a quality game shop nearby? Because Cosmic right off the loop leaves much to be desired."
Geek World is pretty good. I think they've had I think one of the owners may have passed away or something. It seems like I heard it through the grapevine. They're a pretty good place. Frankly, I order everything on Amazon these days just because, the game stores require masks, and I'm not going to put up with that bullshit. But yeah, I think Geek, and there's a store beside them that is like a place where you can play. You pay some fee, and they've got board game stuff too. So, but nothing like you'd see in a large city like Dallas or something. There are plenty of game stores in Dallas, and we're only an hour and a half away, so you might look in that direction.
Let's see.
Oh, can I shill something real quick?
You shill whatever you want.
Tinker's Tavern, Tenkars Tavern. Friend of mine, Eric Tinkar, former NYPD cop and role-playing geek extraordinaire. So he does live stuff every night. And by the way, and Brianna was thoroughly appreciative of the raid that y'all did on our Twitch thing. That was
cool. That was good. That was good. I sent her like 550 people. It was great.
Yeah. That's rule of thumb, life tip for all you folks out there. If you really want to get in somebody's good graces, don't do something nice for them. Do something nice for their children. That's, that's a whole different level.
This is the new grift, how I convince you to give me all of this money that you control. Trace, it's like, Nick raided his daughter with 500 people. Now Ty is obligated to give him all the money that Ty's been holding on to for 8 years.
You can't offer your trustee a bribe.
Oh God, if that gets clipped, we're screwed. Trace,
We're going to wind up spawning a whole new Twitter law, bullshit storm by joking about this. But I think I'm okay with that, actually.
Trace 114 says Australia is screwed due to a Murdoch media monopoly who shill hard for the current Liberal Party, who are currently in power and have stayed in power for 10 years and are only driven by sheer incompetence and greed.
Well, for God's sakes, you guys were the scariest soul. I mean, if you tangled with the British Empire, the people they did not want to see, the enemies didn't want to see, were the Australians and the Scots. Scots get all the good press, see? I mean, and the Scots were scarier than shit, but the Australians were every bit as good. So find those genes again.
Blaine 20 says, I sent it to the office addressed to Primarch Tiberius. That's the honey.
Okay. I haven't been in the office since Tuesday, and I didn't even get out of my office Tuesday, so it's probably there. I'll let Nick know, or I'll come on the chat or stream or something. Is there a difference between stream and chat? Are those terms analogous?
Yeah, it's good enough.
Okay.
Linda Marie says, my grandpa died on the 28th because of an irresponsible in-law with the coof. On the way to the hospital, he said, my family is my life and I hate China. I agree and will miss him being my January 6th birthday buddy. I was in New York on 9/11, so F the Taliban. It is, I didn't bring it up. It is 9/11 today. Now we've moved.
Oh my God, it sure is.
Yeah.
I don't want a day of remembrance. I want a day of vengeance.
Did you see? Oh, that was amazing. So remember, Kabul, all the Afghanistan debacle happened, and then ISIS bombed the Kabul airport, allegedly, and then Biden sent an airstrike. Turns out it was it was an NGO.
They killed an aid worker.
Yeah, they killed an aid worker who was waiting for his approval to come to the U.S. because he was a good guy.
What was it? Seems like one of our great politicians made the observation that one should never underestimate Biden's ability to fuck things up. And when I saw that, my first thought was this vaccine mandate a gayop to kind of cover up this thing that was about to come out? Because that really is, this is turning into a complete shithole for them, because
he was praised. Right? Like he was tough on the Taliban. He was getting back at him. Everybody's like, hell yeah. Even some people on the right were like, this is good. Biden did this airstrike. Of all people, the New York Times.
Yes.
Did journalism.
Yeah.
It's fucking insane.
You couldn't screw that. We've talked about this. Could you screw that situation up any worse if someone paid you millions and millions of dollars?
I would have
said you unlimited power.
I would have said no until he drone striked an aid worker bringing water to his people.
Yeah.
Oh God,
yeah.
What a fucking idiot.
Now, listen, this is no defense of Obama, guys, but Obama was right about this. What you got to and do, let's never forget this. Joe Biden was a lying, arrogant, incompetent, jackass pedophile before he ever became senile. He's been a nasty, disgusting piece of work his entire career. He's vile, just that simple. Biden.
Mandy Caravicious says, hello, Ty and Nick. I just got home from work and have 3 pounds of baby back ribs marinating all day. Oh, God. Gonna put them in the oven now and wish to share with you guys. I still have 2 gallons of sun tea left for you, Nick. I can't drink it, but I want it. Ace Brain.
Life's too short for unsweet tea.
Ace Brain says, my bet is that the Dems want to keep imposing restrictions in order to push citizens to fight back with violence so they can justify placing the blame on Trump supporters / the unvaxxed impose Patriot Act 2.0. I think that's actually a rational sort of decision.
Yeah, it's very unwise of them to do that, but yeah.
Snuggle Struggle says, I've gotten to the point where the Democrats pander their climate change fanaticism. I haven't heard about climate change in a year and a half now. All I hear is population control. I believe we can do better for this world, but Democrats are just paying back their campaign donors.
By the way, you know, I think it'd be useful to be sending emails and stuff to our elected representatives, Republicans, and pointing out that where's the mandate that the hundreds of thousands of illegals being apprehended at the border? Where's the mandate that they have to get vaccinated?
Oh, you know, Kamala Harris talked about that today.
Oh, did she?
I assumed that's why you mentioned it.
No, I had.
Or no, it was
I don't listen to what
Psaki.
that crazy woman
It was
says.
Psaki. It was
Also known as Raggedy Ann's ugly sister. Yeah.
God,
No, I don't
let's
listen
see.
to her either.
Psaki.
That, by the way, is from the great Sarah Hoyt, a science fiction author. That's what she called her. And, well,
Can we get this? Let me see if I can get this clip pulled up here.
good
There we
God.
go.
He's like a kid with a new toy. Let me pull this up. Whoa.
Jamie, get that clip. Get that clip. Perfect. Here we go. Here we go.
Why is it that you're trying to require anybody with a job or anybody who goes to school to get the COVID-19 vaccine, but you're not requiring that of migrants that continue walking across the southern border into the country?
Well, look, our objective is to get as many people vaccinated across the country as humanly possible. And so the president's announcement yesterday was an effort to empower businesses, to give businesses tools to
empower businesses?
workforces. That's exactly what we did. But certainly we want everybody to get vaccinated, and more people are vaccinated, whether they are migrants or whether they are workers.
Okay, turn this annoying woman off.
Hold on.
Requirement for people at a business with more than 100 people, and it's not a requirement for migrants at the southern border. Why?
That's correct. Go ahead.
There you go. That's all he gets. That's correct. It's a requirement for Americans who work for, all of these companies in the federal government to get vaccinated, but not for immigrants at the southern border.
The Republicans should be carpet bombing that messaging. They should absolutely be carpet bombing it. Note that they're not. So, we're back to that Republicans are as dumb as box turtles problem.
Yorick says, Ty, are you able to draft a response to Rathensberger that anyone can fill out with instructions on how to submit the response? We can post the link on all the Chan sites and the Kiwi farms. Can we counter for fees? I think he means not Ravensburger. I think he means Merrick Garland.
I don't know. I really wish I had the time to look into this, but I'm handling a very large business sale, and the investment bankers were wanting to go to market in 6 weeks. And after they saw the business and we spent 3 days with them, they're like, I think we want to go to market next week. So my life is about to get very, very, very busy. If something comes to mind, actually, Nick probably do a better job of that than I would, frankly.
Oh,
right?
Thanks.
Right, Nick?
Yeah. Now I'm supposed to write it. Fuck you! You never allowed on the show again.
Nick and I hold you in the highest esteem. You know that.
Yeah. Put that shit on me to write. I'm out here doing my grift every night, and you're like, Nick can waste hours and hours
writing that. If I wanted a job, I'd have one.
Exactly. Jared says, I'm watching The Wire for the first time, about to start season 2. You guys have a good night and weekend. Dude, The Wire's great. In my opinion, season 2 is the worst season, even though it's still really good. It's my least favorite season. I like every other season better, but season 2 is still leagues better than most other shows. So have fun with that. Random Blaze says the whole climate change argument to save the planet is BS. Planet will be fine. We've yet to throw something at the planet that's not already done to it. Humans, on the other hand, are screwed. I saw a great thing today, and it's more chronologically accurate to have a T-Rex on a motorized unicycle than it is to have a T-Rex fighting a Stegosaurus.
Aw.
Because the T-Rex and Stegosaurus are separated by 85 million years. And T-Rex and the unicycle it's like 67 million years.
Man, you leave Land of the Lost alone.
Yeah, exactly. You bigot.
Yeah. But, the thing about climate change, and I've said this before, is whether it's global warming, global cooling, or just climate doing something, have you noticed that the solution invariably is always
Communism.
Communism and nuking the economy of the United States?
Yep.
If they had different prescriptions for different problems, I might be a little more inclined to listen to them, but it's a little bit of a problem.
Okay, the Pie Baker says, Ty asked Nick why you're not good enough for his fist up the ass panel. What are you talking about?
I'm not going to ask him that.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't want to be good enough for that.
Mr. Y says, hey, Ty, I had a wonderful time with you and Nick in Seattle. The food was wonderful and the meat was just the way I like it. Hot and moist. Disgusting.
Glad you liked it.
Michael Palmer says, hey, Nick, I don't know why I'm so stupid, but I thought I would ask your opinion. Wait, no, this is all from yesterday. Hold on. I got to get to today's stuff. I was reading that wrong. Where is it? Here we go. Sorry. The big juicy Wasp says, I'll get you next time, Nikki. Next time. Timothy Reaper says, how did you anger the 700 Club so much that they sent an assassin after you? That's a good question.
Well, it probably was a remotely piloted vehicle. It was a
Yeah.
Disguised as a big wasp.
The you were laughing already, and the video kind of cut, but that was my quip that followed. Was I have never seen a wasp that big in my life fly at my face, and I've watched the 700 Club. So that was the follow-up joke there.
That's the context.
That's a deep joke. You have to know a little bit.
Yeah.
That one guy says, if you didn't have any interest in making a website of non-woke employers, you sure as heck do now. Yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah. So a bunch of lawyers on Twitter who are on the right, well, I don't know if they're even on the right, but like Harmeet Dillon and Mark Coleman, or Ron Coleman, not Mark Coleman. Mark Coleman was the UFC fighter. Harmeet Dillon and Ron Coleman, who sued Google for James Damore, they have been, and Mark Randazza, the free speech guy in Nevada, they have been inundated with requests of people who are government contractors or workers who are saying, how do I protect my jobs? And they're saying that they have so many people contacting them that they can't even keep up with all of the emails.
If we've got to do something, we've got to get rid of qualified immunity. That's the bullshit doctrine manufactured by the court that makes it virtually impossible to go after a government employee for abusing their job.
Yeah.
The Republicans when we get the whole ball of wax back again, we need to really press to, number one, I would like to see a whole new statute that clearly states that any government employee that abuses their position to abridge the constitutional rights of any American is committing a felony. And then I want qualified immunity wiped out legislatively. Said there is no qualified immunity.
Yeah.
Get
rid of it.
There are arguments that are valid, like for police officers and stuff, but that's it. There's literally nobody else.
Those aren't even that good arguments. Why are
police? No, they're not.
Why are police officers immune? Like if they're
right,
you're not. If you run over someone by pure, like you avoid running over a mom with a stroller, and you end up hitting a 40-year-old man, even though you're justified as a pure accident, you made a choice. And it wasn't negligence or something like that, you still get sued.
Yeah.
And you have to defend it. Why would we make government immune from their decisions? It's the dumbest thing in the world.
No, not government. No. And see, the thing is, it's the rise of the administrative state is what makes this such an awful. I mean, qualified immunity is bullshit regardless, but when combined with a largely unaccountable bureaucracy, but anyway, I'd like to see that, point is that you probably, as a practical matter, one way to, keeping that around for cops would allow you a much easier time passing the law.
Right.
And I'm all about nuking the apparatchiks. I'm not really going after the cops. You know, but if you do that, I mean, you should be able to sue these fucking IRS people, for example,
Yep.
who said, you know what, you're a religious nonprofit. We're just not going to grant you the 501c3 when the fucking code says religious includes religious activities in the definition of charitable activities.
Oh yeah.
And they're so brazen about it. I mean, that's what, you know, I mean, thank God. But you know, Lerner should have been absolutely bankrupted by civil litigation, and she should be in jail too. But you know, I mean, anyway. But really, I mean, that's we need to see to that whenever we get back in, because our you know, try to get the Supreme Court to reconsider the doctrine. But the problem is, let's be honest, those Supreme Court justices are apparatchiks as well. You know?
The random Blaze says the planet has been hotter and colder than the climate changers admit, to the point of almost no ice pack to being almost completely covered by ice. Humans, on the other hand, have been very narrow temp range where we survived. No, you don't have to convince me, buddy. I know.
Well, you know, they made the classic mistake. They made all these bold predictions and set them 5 to 15 years in the future, 20 years ago. So all their bullshit predictions, none of them have come true. So I don't think I'm willing to destroy the economy of the United States just because they said so.
Right. Mario Carter 13 says, Sleepy Joe did not disrespect the Gold Star families on the tarmac. He was in an incredibly stressful situation. And the only way he could calm down was by reaching for the nearest thing under 12. Quite frankly, he showed incredible restraint.
Nice.
You
know, if you're Joe's handlers, how do you not take his watch and anything else he could fondle away from him?
What a fucking idiot. I don't even wear a watch. I could not imagine checking my watch as the president of the United States during a military funeral. Like what you should have blinders on. You should have an electroshock thing that your aide is controlling, like anything, just to avoid the appearance that you might be bored.
He is that lousy of a human being. He is a disgusting piece of work.
Crusader says, so there's talks of Britain organizing the Afghan commandos they rescued into another sort of Gurkha brigade.
Yeah, I heard that.
Why don't we do that since we train them, or better yet, just start a whole American Foreign Legion?
We just don't have the balls to be an imperial power. That is not our style, and we're just not going to do it.
To give a minor counterpoint to that, the Afghans didn't want to fight.
Yeah.
That's the real problem. Like, we had a bigger troop presence than the Taliban of Afghan security forces, and they caved.
The debate in my mind has never been, should we get out of Afghanistan? Hell yeah, we never should have been there. Yeah. We should have bombed that fucking place as flat as a pancake and then left.
Exactly.
And if the Taliban came back, we bombed them flat again. I mean, you know, this nation building bullshit that the neocons and the Democrats at the time were so in love with. We can't do that as a nation. We simply don't have what it takes to do that. And to the point on the Afghan commandos, every nation has some people that are badasses, and you know, when it comes to putting together special forces and that type of thing, we're pretty good at that. The Brits are really good at that too. But I saw somebody earlier taking exception, by the way, saying that the Gurkhas were the most feared. I agree, but the Gurkhas have never been present in the kind of numbers that the Australians and Scots were. But your point is taken. I wouldn't disagree with that.
They need the Kushtans.
Well, my favorite Gurkha story is that, you know, they had this unit of Gurkha commandos. I think it was in World War II, and they were talking about, you know, we're gonna be jumping out of the plane at real low altitude and you know, and so you'll want to be sure your chute opens immediately. And all of a sudden, the Gurkhas were all they started smiling and relaxing and stuff, and they're like, what? They thought they were not jumping out with parachutes. but no one complained. It's like, huh?
Yeah. No, you see, I don't know if you've heard of the terrifying Kushtan horde, but they were they were tamed by the Silver Hawk, which is the Silver Hawk in his army, which is but they were rather feared until the Silver Hawk and his army came
Is
around.
this a Game of Thrones reference?
No, not at all.
Oh,
Not even close. Phil Booty says, Ty, you interested in a leather Cthulhu mask? I can make you one and ship it to you.
I appreciate any gifts anybody makes, but it sure does sound like that's an awful lot of work. But I'm sure I could find some use for it. I suppose. Probably wouldn't have it on my wall in my office.
Fuck Apple says, Apple scanning your phone for CP, for think of the children. Apple is full of shit. They don't care about children. Everything woke turns to shit. By the way, little thing I've learned lately in the past couple of years. I used to think woke was good because it's being awake, but that's not actually what it means. I don't know if you've seen this. If you haven't seen this, you need to look it up. It's beautiful stuff. Wokeness it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
I have no problem imagining Trump when you're talking. You do a brilliant Trump. You really do.
They use child slave labor and suicide nets to make the phones. Apple loves slave labor, like the Democrats, like they love black slaves. It was the Democrats who loved the black slavery and kept the blacks down for a while. I love black people. It's wonderful. I love fried chicken. I don't carry hot sauce in my purse because I don't carry a purse like some other people, but I like hot sauce on fried chicken. It's wonderful. So Mario Carter says, anyone remember David Hogg's failed good pillow? Oh, he should have called it the pillow bite. That's what he should have called it.
Pillow biter.
He would have sold.
I'm pretty sure he's bitten a few.
He would have sold 10% as many as my pillow if he just called it the pillow bite. The funniest part to me, beyond it literally being a pillow for good boy points, is how close the name is to good nights, a brand of diapers for big kids that still wet the bed. He abandoned it because it was such a failure. It was such a failure.
They couldn't even get anybody to do their logo, right? I mean, it was. Well, it's like, dude, your 15 minutes was over a couple of years ago. You really kind of need to be thinking about getting a real job and stuff.
He's
unfortunately with his case of resting bitch face, nobody will hire him.
He's fucking terrible.
Yeah.
Mario Carter says minorities took the Wasp pill decades ago, Nick. 2012 Jameson says only thing later in Gare than Nick is appeals court in Vic's case. That's true. Harvey Weinstein says, could Grueller beat up Tom and Devin at the same time? Robert Grueller beat up Attorney Tom and Legal. Yes. Yeah, Robert Grueller looks like he's a scrapper, and I think Attorney Tom would be stepped on by an anime girl while he filmed Devin getting beat up. Trainer Red says, well, time to find out on Monday if Joseph Stolen put me out of a job. Take care. God bless me. Watch over us all. Good luck. Good luck. Crusader says, Ty, you're a war gamer. How do you see a Taiwan Strait war going, especially if Biden and Austin are in charge when it happens?
It ain't gonna be pretty.
Crusader says,
Chinese land. They land their expeditionary force. Biden fucks around, and Taiwan surrenders. When we could very easily cut them off and end it with just the submarines that are deployed in that area. But right now, if I was the Taiwanese, I'd be very, very worried.
Crusader says, is the Texas State Fair corny dog truly the best?
I've never been, but I do have it on pretty good authority that they're awesome.
I've never been to the Texas State Fair, but I've been to the Smith County Fair.
Oh yeah.
I threw up at it because I rode something called the Force 10, which is a terrible plane.
When I was in high school and even in college, that was a big deal. The Tyler Fair. It's one of the early dates. Not date exactly, but where my wife and I saw, we were doing a Taekwondo exhibition, and a buddy of mine who was also trying to date her asked her to go to the fair, and she said, Ty's doing a karate demonstration, and she's like, oh, okay, well, and so I think that may be the last time I actually remember going to the fair, but it was a lot of fun.
I went there. God, I was maybe 10, and they
But
had.
were you just visiting and it happened to be going on? Maybe.
Yeah, I was visiting my grandparents. They took
Yeah.
my sibling and I to that, and then we rode something called the Force 10. I at that time especially I did not get sick on rides, but it was something that just spun you around like in 5 different ways at the same time. And I got off and I was like, I don't feel good, just all over. Like,
your inner ear said, "I'm out of here."
yeah. Colfe 2A wannabe Hunan Muhammad says, what's your opinion on 5-star whiskey? Lamount never heard of it. Uriah Wright says, but Nick, is it better than Jack Daniels? Oh yeah, it's much better than Jack Daniels. Kuranai Ryuzan says, Apple is the Standard Oil of cell phone companies. Yeah, except, Standard Oil gets a bad rap, but prior to Standard Oil, everything was getting lit on fire by not being standardized. That's what made them sell the kerosene, was that their kerosene had a consistent standard formula all across the United States and didn't blow up the user, whereas other kerosenes really did. They didn't have consistent combustibility. Here's the thing, Standard Oil deserved its monopoly. They created a better product than everybody else.
That's always been the troublesome thing about anti-monopoly legislation, is that monopolies can very easily arise through merit, not through manipulation and not through political chicanery. I mean, and so you wind up in these bizarre situations where, to avoid being a monopoly, businesses will actually fund their competitors indirectly. I really think that AMD existed primarily for a long time to keep Intel from being a monopoly.
Yeah.
Now, unfortunately for Intel, AMD actually figured out how to do stuff better.
AMD hired a bunch of Intel and NVIDIA guys and blew the fucking brakes off of everyone.
Well, Intel I had a very good friend that worked with Intel, who was in their electron microscopy department. He was like a senior guy. He took early retirement. I don't know what all the circumstances were, but I gathered that they had a big, kind of clearing out, and I think a lot of those people went to AMD, at the time. That's a little unfortunate.
Yeah. Fighting Slug says, have you seen Lauren Southern versus Patreon News? She tried to arbitrate per California law. The arbitrator decided she was a corporation or a cooperation. I've not seen it. I'll have to look into it.
She's easy to look at.
Well, yeah, she's also kind of weird. Dallo Court says you can't reasonably assume they're confused about iPad consumption. Rice paper is more resilient than those. XL Art says you're wrong. Peeing on a jellyfish sting makes it sting worse. Look it up. I said peeing on a jellyfish, not on its sting. Peeing on the jellyfish.
You notice no one yet has been able to falsify my statement that chewing tobacco.
No, most people said it actually works. Yeah. But peeing
it's still disgusting, though.
I'm just saying, peeing on the jellyfish and peeing on the hooker work the same. Track media only message retracted. Thank you. Wrestler Town says cure for jellyfish pain is more seawater. Continue to rinse with seawater while lightly scraping the area. Urine rumor was started by sea perverts. Again, you guys are confusing peeing on a jellyfish with peeing on a sting. Incorrect.
They're not listening to you, are they?
Sarah Phyllis says, what's the name of the damn whiskey? It's this Jack Daniels number 27 gold. It's a beautiful bottle, really good whiskey.
Jack Daniels has some of the best trade dress.
They really do.
I mean, they always have. Well, you remember it was Jack Daniels that sent the classiest cease and desist letter in history. You remember, so regardless of your feelings about the quality of their product.
Yeah, they did good. Well, it's just the cheap. Here's the thing: a lot of expensive whiskeys actually have a cheap whiskey, and some of them just brand it differently. Like Wild Turkey. Interesting. Wild Turkey is just the refuse of a much better whiskey. I don't know if you know that. I can't remember the name of it, but if you like check the labels enough, there's a good whiskey, and it's the same distillery as Wild Turkey. They just, Wild Turkey is their cheap stuff. Wild Turkey 101 is
just the nasty water.
Yeah, exactly. Clint Folsom says, what a nightcap. First Alex Jones on Friday Night Tights, and now you've got Al Borland. Woo.
I don't think so, Nick.
Make sure to promote if you get Tim the Tool Man Taylor on.
I told Tori tonight, I said, I'm going to wear the red shirt. There's got to be at least one super chat that says, say, I don't think so, Tim.
I should have worn my red flannel shirt.
Yeah.
Mario Carter 13 says, Chris Chan is the modern day Oedipus Rex. Stop it. Call Fate 2A wannabe Hunan Muhammad says, I'm sure it's illegal for them to bottle Jack that way. I'm sure by law they're required to dilute for human consumption by cutting it with urine. Yep. No, that's right. Amateur Ant says,
so little love for my beloved Jack Daniels.
oh, it's so good. Ty. Only the best, Ty.
Only the best.
Only the best whiskey for you, Ty. Only wonderful whiskey. Look, I got it. I was out getting McDonald's for my McDonald's summit, and I bought the finest whiskey money could buy. I bought a bunch of Jack Daniels.
See, the thing is, I can see Trump saying that.
You know he did the McDonald's summit, right?
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
And when interviewed, the players were like, "This is the best damn banquet we've ever had."
God.
Had McDonald's, Chick-fil-A. I mean, the guy eats ketchup on his steak. I respect that.
Also, Trump Tower has the best taco bowls on Cinco de Mayo. That was the funniest tweet he did, hands down. Hands
It's probably
down.
true.
Hands down. He's like, we love Mexicans. We have wonderful taco bowls. It's so good. God, it was funny.
Yeah.
He trolled them. Hilarious.
Yeah.
Amateur Ant says EVS raid, maybe, lol. Emery Kalame says, if you are drunk in New Orleans, a lot of what you hear, frankly, sounds a lot like Cthulhu Fatagan. Red Guy says, speaking of books, my high school library had 4 copies of Mein Kampf. I still don't understand why high school library ever needs more than 1 copy.
Yeah. Are we really seeing a lot of people check that book out?
Do you know I got noticed by my high school librarian? Because I always I checked out for like half a year my senior year this book called it was like Facts About Serial Killers or something like that. It was a serial killer book. I had it checked out for like half of my senior year, and then Drexel went in the next year, and he's like, "Hey, I want to pick up this book," and she goes, "Do you know Nick Rekieta?" He had this book the entire year. He's like, yeah.
I've forgotten about the fact that y'all were in school together. The implications of that are truly horrifying.
We didn't.
Well, I mean, for teachers, not.
The funny thing is, we only had 1 class together ever, and it was law. By the way, it was a law class. I got a D-, and I had to work really damn hard to get out of that F and into that D-. This guy, our professor, or our teacher, was a guy named Chris Engler. He was a former basketball player. There's actually, Drexel went and found the one poster that he's on, and it's got some star player dunking on him with his nuts in this guy's face. Right? He's like, and like balls in his face as this guy's like slam dunking. He's a giant. He's like 7'2", but that's the only NBA poster he ever had, is nuts in his face, getting dunked on. He was our law teacher. And he was this nice guy, kind of liked him, except his class was a joke. And he did this. He's like, all right, guys, as you know, we have a quiz today. Literally, Ty, the entire class, even the nerds, were like, what do you mean we have a quiz today? You never mentioned a quiz. He's like, oh, no, I mentioned it. And we're like, no, maybe your other class you mentioned it, but you didn't mention it to ours. He did this to us on quizzes. He did this to us on homework turn-ins. He's like, you got to turn in your homework, your assignment. And people are like, and I sat next to the twerpiest, nerdiest kid who got like some sickness and was like, his constitution was so fragile that he was out for 6 weeks or whatever. That kid who had a 4.9 GPA somehow.
God, they probably traumatized those guys.
Yeah, he was like, you never told us about this assignment. And he's like, no, I did. It's like, no, you didn't though. And he just failed everybody. He went through, and when we got to like halfway through the semester, everybody was at a D or lower. Every single person.
Obviously not really cut out for the job.
It was great.
Maybe that teabagging really,
I had to stay after school
or something, right?
I was after school for 3 hours a day for like 2 weeks, just because he had a policy you could do extra credit, but you had to turn in all the homework and get zeros on it before you could get an extra credit.
Okay, I got to send you right now a picture that I want you to put up, and we've got to riff on it for just a minute or two because, damn it, I meant to send it to you before the show and I forgot. But just bear with me.
Where are you sending this to?
Okay. Well, probably email is the easiest for me.
Okay, I'm going to pull that
okay?
up. Yeah. I just got to pull up the email.
So the question here is, connect the dots for me. How someone said, yeah, this is the design that we should go with. Let's see here.
Ooh, that's always good. While you send that, I'm going to read the next couple chats.
Keep going.
We Tune TOC says, if you haven't, check out John Harrison's 2000 adaptation of Dune, probably the best Dune movie yet, and it looks like it's going to stay that way. Not applicable. Okay. Not applicable says Vito's a porky ball shucker that can't reach snacks.
Okay, that's artful.
Music and Fiction says Slowpoke Martinez.
Well,
I like Mike, but I read his pleadings that he wrote or whatever. I read them as Slowpoke Martinez. His Speedy Gonzalez's cousin or whatever.
Well, I was wanting to do Ann Lee as Bruce Lee, but do it the dubbed Bruce Lee.
Yeah, I used to do Godzilla dubbing. It's like I used to do Godzilla dubbing.
Yeah. Okay, Nick.
You can't stop me.
I think I've got this at the correct email address. So boom.
What if I did an entire thing like this? You can't do it anymore.
Yeah. Okay, so pull that up, and just give me your kind of movie quote that this inspires.
Oh, whoops. Okay, just a second. Okay, the subject line makes me happy enough.
Well, I know, but that's me. That's my name for the file. But yeah.
Hold on. Let me open this image in its own thing.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I meant to send this to you before the show because
look at this. I don't know what movie line this brings up, but Jesus, what is this picture?
That's Governor Hairdo and his people. But do you remember the line, bring out the gimp?
Yeah. Oh,
yes.
Zed from Pulp Fiction. Bring out the
gimp. Who in their right mind designs those masks?
Yeah, no kidding.
Meanie.
Yeah, if you pull the sticker off, it's just a hole for their mouth.
Bring out the gimp. Yeah, this is surely the people in California can't actually reelect this shit back again. I mean, yeah, I just that was God Almighty. Well, I put this up on Facebook. I actually put the picture of Bruce Willis and Ving Rhames with the ball gags in their mouth. And it's like, oh God, now I see it. But yeah, there you go.
I got to pull up an article for you.
But seriously, who in their right mind says that is the look for the governor's masks that we want to put out there?
I don't know if you, God, I had a tweet the other day, and that's what I need to pull it up for you real quick. I don't mean to keep going.
Well, you better go wake him up then.
Oh God, yeah, Gimp sleep. We'll wake him up.
You know, I remember seeing that movie in the theater, and that whole segment just gets worse and worse. And you're just going, oh no, 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 and then all of a sudden you hear the chains and the gimp comes out. It's like, oh my god, this is gonna get.
The funniest part of that is Drexel and I have talked about this a lot of times. So Marcellus Wallace, right?
He does his fingers over the gimp's head.
Willis comes and saves him. He says, "So are we okay?" He's like, "No, man.
No, man.
We're pretty fucking far from okay." But the one thing is, he's like, "You don't tell anybody that I got raped."
This is between you and me and Mr. Soon-to-be spending the last minutes of his short-ass life in agonizing pain.
Exactly.
Little boy here.
He got wrecked. Here we go.
Yeah.
Ty, I want your commentary on this this news story here.
Okay. What straight guy would debase themselves, even for money, to wear that kind of shit?
I don't know if I can find it. Let me see if I can find. There was another menswear.
You know that scene in Indiana in the Last Crusade when Indy does something, he's kind of proud of himself, and his father just looks at him with that dad look of disapproval. That's what I'm trying to channel here. Just that.
You can't. There's
nothing
you can do.
No one can.
God, I wish I could find the news story from today. It gets worse. Like what? I'm trying to figure.
Is that?
You think it's impossible? I cannot think of the. I wish I remembered. It came up on my phone, and I looked at it, and I was like, "This is appalling. This is offensive to me. That this is called menswear."
Well, I mean, this could be an estrogen treatment. I mean, I don't.
It was the stupidest looking shit I've ever seen. I'm like,
well,
any man who wears that, first of all, should be forcefully transitioned and then executed.
Oh, you listen. The good news is you don't have to bother buying a condom if you wear that kind of stuff.
No. Well, you might to prevent you getting AIDS from another man's colon.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah.
That was fucking awful.
That really doesn't scream. I'm a strong male who can protect you and your children. That doesn't really scream that at all, actually.
Agrilith says, "Please don't have Spectre on. He's just so fucking boring. I don't care about his Peggy views. I'll take it into consideration." Detested Dredge says, "So I overslept for work. Then I saw this live stream. Now I'm here. Attaboy. Attaboy." Bad Dragonite says, "The problem with critics and reviewers is they're paid to live in media. Probably affects their whole perspective on things, except for YouTube critics who are not paid, like who don't attain access. And you know who they are. That's why I like guys like the Critical Drinker. Critical Drinker is a great movie reviewer, and he does not rely on access to the industry to do his movie reviews.
Excalibur,
so
there is no Dulce and Gabbana, or however you say that, good cologne. There is only Old Spice.
There you go.
Sorry.
Bad Dragonite says, "Vito got internet famous for handing Pepsis to rioters in 2016. That's about it, I think. Of course, people wanted to report him back in the day for it. Track Media Only says, "Too many of those that voted the failures moved to Arizona and Texas to reinforce those already living there." Fish says, "It's only a mask. It's only 2 weeks. It's only a lockdown. It's only a poke. It's only a mandate. It's only a passport. It's only to buy or sell. It's only a tattoo on your forehead or right hand."
You have to actually be in need of a legal guardian at this point to be dumb enough to trust the government on anything. I mean,
yeah.
I used to ridicule liberals for their childlike faith in government. This isn't even childlike.
No.
You just.
Nope, not at all. Vienticus Prime says, "Never forget the Stanford and Milgram experiments." Very interesting stuff. Amateur Ant says, if you give up your freedom / liberties for safety and security, you deserve neither. Some smart / wise guy that helped write the Constitution. Yes, Ben Franklin.
Also,
It's
a polymath of epic proportions.
not only do you deserve neither, you will soon lose both.
Yeah.
Angry Bellsprout says, when you were in Seattle, did you throw eggs at those WOTC cunts building for ruining so many great 90s games? Wizards of the Coast. No, I didn't. I didn't see it.
We only went into the city just to go to that bar.
The bar was literally at the end of the bridge from the ferry.
Yeah, it could have been better chosen. I got to tell you, the thing I was terrified the most of, and my daughters threatened this, was some kind of Sleepless in Seattle movie poster parody. That
they should do it.
Well, I threatened them, with disinheritance if that occurred.
They should know that your threats are empty and hollow to them.
I kind of think they probably do.
They'll have to do it for your birthday or something. Patrick
McHugh, that'd be great.
Nick, have you seen what's in the 3.5 trillion budget? Like 8 million green cards violating voting law changes. It's like a grab bag of poo. No, I don't want to read that. I don't want to read. Never want to read a budget bill.
Yeah, fortunately, it's looking less and less likely they're going to be able to cram that through. So,
the Burbs says, you say no, but you need a pop filter. Pop filter. Philbo Baggins says, hey guys.
Is that something you get for your microphone or something?
Yeah. It's to prevent the plosive sound from making a into the mic.
I'm actually a fair distance away from the microphone. I guess that doesn't matter.
He's talking to me though.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, damn it, Nick, you need to get one of those.
I'm not going to. Philbo Baggins says, hey guys, do you have a favorite version of D&D to play? I still love second edition, and being a Gen Xer, I run my kids through classic modules now. I think second edition is my favorite version to play. My favorite version to play online because of the seamlessness of it is fifth edition, but I like second edition. I really do.
I run first edition out of nostalgia, but I thought second edition was basically second edition is like 1.5. It's really just a super cleaned up and refined version of first edition. And it didn't get flaky until all those splat books started coming out that were grossly overpowered and all that kind of stuff. If you
like
stick
the
with
the samurai book, the fucking samurai subclass that is like, it's so OP that it's pathetic.
Yeah. But the thing is, if you just play with the original books and stuff, I ran a huge D&D campaign right before I went to law school. It was sort of my last hurrah, and it was second edition. I mean, we didn't really draw a distinction between first and second edition. I mean, it just sort of, second edition was really just sort of the latest version. So yeah, I agree with you. I think if I was starting from scratch, although Osric, which is a retro clone, Osric is a fantastic reorganization and consolidation of AD&D first edition, except for their incredibly dubious, regrettable choice not to have the monk.
I just loved how much stuff they had for second edition. Like that's when I felt like D&D was at peak production of quality, like lore and external materials. They had all of the
wasn't Ravenloft a second edition?
At Ravenloft, they had Dark Sun, or not Dark Sun. What was that?
I think Dark Sun.
They had Greyhawk, I think. They had Forgotten Realms. They had Dragonlance. All that
stuff predated second edition, but they really did, I think, refine it and spoof it up and all that. It was a good edition. Yeah. I wouldn't hesitate at all to run second edition.
Yeah, and they just had so many materials. I love the books, like the Forgotten Realms. They had the Heroes lore book. They had the Fates and Avatars book. They had the Powers and Principalities book, and like they were these flushed out, intricate details about like every deity in the Forgotten Realms, and it's like, this is just cool. Like this is just fun. I have some, and I had my favorite books. My favorite
You
book.
know, you would enjoy a lot of the Frog God stuff because they have some just insanely intricate, detailed, you know, beautiful world stuff. I mean, they got stuff that rivals Forgotten Realms in terms of its depth and person. I think it's actually probably a little more imaginative. It's
I
cool,
always
very
liked
cool stuff.
I always like Dragonlance more than Forgotten Realms. I'm looking for where Lady Raggets put them, but I have one of my favorite things from second edition. It was a 4 or 5 volume set, and it was the Encyclopedia Magica, and it was it was like all the magic items that are in the game from A to Z.
In those leather volumes. They're so
cool.
I regret to this day not buying it, that set, but that came out of a time when I was poor.
Me too. But I found when I mentioned it on stream once, actually, a viewer said, "Hey, I have them sitting in my attic. You know, do you want them?" And so, you know, so I paid him.
You should give them to me.
No way.
I think they belong to me. I mean, you're not a real gamer.
No way you could have them. My buddy and I, we could only afford one between each of us. So I had like the brown one, and he had the blue one. The blue one had swords in it, and the brown one had hammers.
Yeah,
and that's why we had those.
I have very successfully avoided the collecting bug, but unfortunately, as you know, I know some people that are apex collectors.
They're embarrassing level collectors.
Yeah, they are.
They make you feel bad about your inability to collect anything.
I know. I don't really like to be around them too long because I start feeling inadequate. But one of these days, when a couple of my deals really come through, I probably am going to just, out of sheer whimsy, get some stuff like that Encyclopedia Magic. I'm sure I can find it somewhere for some ridiculous price. But I agree with second edition. It was great. In fact, by the way, there is a retro clone of second edition on Lulu. I'll text you the name of it. I've got it in my library, and it's really good. I mean, it's the player's handbook and the DM's guide and all that kind of stuff in one volume. Second edition was pretty well organized, but this is even more tightly.
And the second edition monster manual was beautiful.
I had the first version of the second edition, and it was in a 3-ring binder, and that was one of those things that everybody, including me, thought, "Ooh, what a great idea!" Shitty idea. You'd take the monster pages out, and then you'd lose them, or they'd tear up. And so when they rebound all that stuff into books, I agree. Good stuff.
Eagle Lone is saying behind me, bottom shelf. No, and just to, I realized that I got crap in the way here. No, behind me, bottom shelf. That is you can't really see it. I should grab this thing because you might even like this time.
It could happen. By the way, while he's doing that, guys in the chat, yes, I was a huge Pulp Fiction fan. Saw it after we finished taking final exams in the second year of law school. What a great movie.
Look at this thing. This is a metal 8th edition Death Watch special edition. It's got this chain.
What is that, a key?
Yeah, that's a key. Look at this thing.
What is it? I mean, what's the product?
It's the Death Watch handbook from 40K.
Okay.
For 8th edition. So here, it's got the book, right? Death Watch.
The OSR. Book. Yeah, so the OSR clone of second edition is For Gold and Glory. You're right. Thank you, Emery. That's fantastic. You know, in the Call of Cthulhu space, the role-playing game, they do props, you know, newspapers, all kinds of crap from the time. But there's a group called the H.P. Lovecraft Historical Society. They do some great radio dramatizations of Lovecraft stuff, but they produce an insane variety of props, prop documents, you know, period maps and newspapers and theater tickets and cigarette packages and so forth. That's something that really is a relatively new innovation to the hobby, and I'm a big fan of it. So
The Burb said, "Stop giving money to Games Workshop." This
come
was never sold by Games Workshop.
yeah.
I'm sure they paid a small license fee for the 8th edition rulebook reprint. This is a custom job by someone. They did a company did 500 of them.
24 148. You're going to have to send a super chat in for that one. I will not allow you to take that cheap shot without paying for it.
But yeah, I bought this from eBay, so I did not buy it from even the original producers of it. So the money went to Games Workshop long before I got it.
Is that an actual that's a produced Games Workshop did manufacture it, right? I mean,
Games Workshop did the 8th edition rules for Death Watch.
Okay.
And then these guys got permission to do a limited run.
Okay, so it's a private handcrafted or whatever.
It's a handcrafted special edition of the 8th edition, because they're in 9th edition now. But I just bought it because it looks freaking cool.
It looks freaking cool. I agree with that.
Yeah. Okay, so here we go. Brown Bookshelf to your left. It's not there. Those are all 40K books. Those aren't it's not D&D. Anyway, let's keep going. Phil Patrick McHugh says, thoughts on Speaker of the House Trump? It'd be funny. It would be funny.
God,
I don't
it would be so funny. I think Trump's probably got his eyes on the presidency though.
Yeah, I think so too. Yazoogle says, my employer uses color-coded ID badges, red for employees, blue for contractors, green for visitors. I suggested adding yellow badges for the unvaccinated. They didn't think it was as funny as I did. Oh, God. Victor Phantasm says, Ty, have you heard of the Marvin Guy case? Guy's been in prison for shooting a cop in a no-knock warrant for 7 years. I wrote rackets, but I imagine he's busy. I don't remember reading that.
I'm familiar with other cases like that, though. Those are just the worst, the absolute worst cases. I'm not a big fan of no-knock raids. I don't, Now, I've got a cop buddy that disagrees with me and says, no, they really, there's a lot of utility in them. But
yeah, utility is the enemy of freedom.
Well, it is. And the thing is, how you prosecute somebody for defending themselves in an assault on their house in the heat of the moment, how you prosecute somebody, that's just gross. That's a horrible miscarriage. If I was sitting in my bedroom at 2 a.m. asleep or laying in bed asleep and somebody knocked my door down, my first instinct would be to jump up, grab a weapon, and start shooting, as would any rational person. And then you find out after the fact they're cops, and some of these things are even worse than that, where they do the no-knock raids on the wrong freaking house.
Yep.
That's beyond the pale of incompetence. But yeah, no, I don't like them.
Angry Bellsprout says, look up State of Black Killeen. 2021, we get a new Black Panthers marching from time to time. If you complain, they say make your own all white group. Then you can't do that. Don't even try it. Mario Carter says, this is ludicrous. Move, bitch. Get out the way. Spartan 113, thanks for the chat. Nick's Heck says, I was in PHX earlier this week, and quite literally every street corner had at least one super lawyer billboard. Are Arizonans all litigious dummies? No, it's just the super lawyer status is something that you buy that people who don't know about how you buy it believe that it's something.
I don't recall what the sum was, but it was a remarkably unimpressive amount of money.
Yeah, you're paying for your name in a publication and your ability to say super lawyer. I should really start a Ricada Law super lawyer publication just so people can put super lawyer by their names. They can pay me like $8.
Have they trademarked the term? Is that term trademarked, you think?
I don't think so, because I think several publications have their own super lawyer lists.
I like it. I'd like to be a charter member of the Ricada Law Super Lawyer Club. That was the Martindale Hubble thing. Of course, they're obsolete. Nobody uses them now.
They tried to get me to pay them to list myself. I'm like, I don't want to be listed.
Phone book where you pay to get listed in. I remember, 12, 13 years ago now. I did an exotic estate planning proposal for a guy in Florida. They're working with an insurance agent here that you know. Anyway, so he gives it to his lawyer when he gets back, and which I'm fine with. And his lawyer sends this snotty email. So I've tried to look Mr. Beard up, and I can't find him in Martindale Hubble, and blah, 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 blah. That was back when I was a solo. And so the agent got the email, forwarded it to me, and said, do you have a response? I said, yeah, I got a response. And I
you may not want to hear it though.
Yeah, well, I laid out my bona fides, and then I said, as far as Martindale Hubble, you pay to be in the Martindale Hubble directory, and I'm only a member of 3 organizations: the State Bar of Texas because it's required, Mensa because it's funny, and the NRA.
Yeah. Well, did you see the State Bar of Texas lost I believe they lost the lawsuit requiring membership.
They did. They're gonna now. They can now. I think they can remedy that by not engaging in political activism. Well, during the anti-slap thing during that bar complaint that shithead Cohen did on me, I reamed the investigator out about that. I said, I normally think professions ought to govern themselves. I said, but guess what? As a result of this, if you guys don't get reasonable about this, I'll absolutely start seriously supporting the Attorney General's program to strip the State Bar of Texas of oversight of the profession, because you're costing me a bunch of money and time because some random crank on the internet lied in a bullshit thing. The investigator she was actually really good. She agreed. I said, well, tell that to your superiors. I mean, this is how your organization becomes irrelevant. Your job is to protect the public, but particularly it's to protect clients. It's not to protect every dipshit on the internet.
The crazy thing is how all of these organizations, and this is not just professional ones, every organization is kowtowing to random idiots on the internet. Guys in the chat may know Andy No was dropped by Surfshark because a guy, Chad Loader, who Andy No reported on when Chad Loader was served for harassment charges. He reported on it, and Chad Loader just made some shit up about Andy No, tagged Surfshark, who was sponsoring him, and Surfshark dropped him without even looking into it. It was literally a lie. It's and they're just fine with it. I've yelled at YouTube a couple times lately due to things being taken down for quote unquote privacy, which have nothing to do with privacy at all.
Yeah.
And it's like, why are you doing this?
Well,
you're snubbing your partners and creators for faceless liars on the internet, and you're taking their side over the people that you work with.
Well, to be fair to the State Bar of Texas, what happened was the investigator that would have been the one I actually wound up dealing with, she got sick and was then on vacation, and some nameless little shithead in Austin
oh God,
put that through. Yeah, she wasn't real happy. I mean, I fully believe that was just a glitch in the State Bar of Texas, but they heard from me vocally. Okay, Chad, here's the story on the Mensa membership. I had a friend 20 years ago, whatever. He came in Dallas. He's like, hey, you ought to join Mensa. And I'm like, yeah, right. I want to join an organization full of people that pat themselves on the back for being smart. Great. How much is that going to cost? And he goes, well, if you can't qualify, I understand. And I went, can't qualify? Wait a minute.
Yeah, okay.
So I got goaded into it. Well, once I got goaded into it, it doesn't cost like $20 every couple of years to keep it up. So, it's not exactly a high point of pride.
I hope they kick you out.
Yeah, they should. I mean, Nick, you're probably in agreement with me. Would you want to be part of an organization that would accept me as a member? I mean,
not at all.
But I will say the inclusion in that email was entirely intentional. Because I have noticed with precious people, you drop that little bomb on them. See, they think it means something. So you use it. But So he hurt your ego. Yes, he manipulated me, actually. I think that's a better way to say it. I was younger and more callow in those days.
Ben Graziano says, I'm waiting for the meme attaching Biden's 6-point plan with the 6 points on a Star of David in gold, preferably. Also, check out Tom Kratman's A Desert Called Peace. Great.
Awesome
sci-fi.
series. It's like he's got like 9 books in the series now. That whole thing is could not best military science fiction I've read since Starship Troopers. Easily.
John Cook says co-ops are good, but it's important in learning in public school how to talk and deal with people who don't give a shit about your success or well-being. I mean, I think my kids run across plenty.
Yeah, here's my objection with those kind of comments. You see, if public schools could actually do their fucking jobs, the primary fucking jobs, then I might be worried about their ability, about the lack of socialization, which is really what that argument boils down to. But the problem is the public schools are grotesquely incompetent at their core things. So why in the hell would I send my kid to them if I didn't have to? Because the argument that you're making is tertiary, very tertiary. And guess what? Homeschool kids, they get to deal with adults a hell of a lot more than public school kids ever do. And here's the thing. When you get out into the real world, you will never, ever be in a place with dozens of people almost exactly your age, okay? In the real business world, you're going to be interacting with a wide variety of people of different ages, and homeschool kids get that, get far more of that exposure. So yeah, a little sensitive on the whole socialization argument. Because it's utter bullshit.
It's just a propaganda thing made by the state that people bought into because they met a weird homeschool kid once. The crazy thing is they met a bunch of well-adjusted homeschool kids probably over their lives, but had no idea they were homeschooled. Well, because they're not vegan, they didn't have any.
Again, what you're saying is, send your kid to an organization that does the shittiest job possible on their most important tasks, because on a relatively insignificant task, they're purportedly okay at it. Even granting that assertion, which is totally untrue, the argument is still complete bullshit. Sorry.
Spartan 113 says, Nick, fellow Minnesotan, you keep me going most days. Your opinions on law and morality are fantastic. I hope I can travel through the tough times I find myself in. I hope you can travel through the tough times.
By the way, when does the tundra really freeze up in America's Siberia?
It changes from year to year, but usually mid-December is when it's really like finalized cold and miserable. But it can be when the year we moved up here, 91, they had one of the bigger blizzards in October where they got 3 feet of snow in October. We moved up in December of 91 and it was all still there. So it's like, oh God, but it's not always that early.
Yeah. I was curious.
It sucks every year. But the one thing I look forward to now is my hot tub in the winter is great. Bad Dragonite says, but if the school days were shorter, then what would the teachers unions do? Good question. Avahine says,
take their dues and waste time and waste everything. Has any profession beclowned itself more thoroughly than public education?
No.
In the last 2 years?
No, they're awful.
Well, we know that, but what I'm saying is in terms of the prestige they once enjoyed, I've never seen a profession destroy its credibility with the public so quickly and so completely as public educators have done.
Avahine says, search John Cena's apology to the Dominion. Accidentally referred to Talos as one of the divine. He can't.
Well, apparently steroids don't necessarily keep you from being a wuss.
He can't not cuck. Embarrassing. Listen, the truth of mighty Talos is very important to the Nords. Jordan Jones says Brevard County, Florida released a crazy video with a self-defense matter. Check it out. It's about a minute and a half long. You guys are awesome. No, we're already almost 4.5 hours in.
We're about to see the sun, which we don't want to see.
Yeah, I want to go to bed. Snuggle Struggle says Wheeler tipped their hand when tried stopping trade with Texas, was probably screamed at after Dems desired WE. We rise up so no one questions China invading. Red Guy says, guess what? Now vitamin C is a vaccine for scurvy. Yeah, I was talking about that earlier. Same point.
That's actually a fairly solid analogy. Is analogy a metaphor?
A comparison? I don't know, because that was the thing I was saying. I was like, wait, if now vaccines are just reducing or like improving immune systems, me eating a bunch of vitamin C pills is a vaccine.
No, I think it's fair to characterize the vaccinations as sort of combination prophylactic and mitigators. You know, you appear to be somewhat less likely to get it, and if you get it, the symptoms are not, again, supposedly, the symptoms are not as bad.
No, they seem to be,
that's
again,
not a classic definition of a vaccination.
and for me, and to be clear, I'm not actually opposed to that. Like if people want to go get it, go get it. And if you think it'll help you with your symptoms, go get it. I'm opposed to the mandate, and I'm opposed to the propaganda.
If you're talking to a really strong pro-vax person and you want to start making them twitch, you know, I stumbled on this. This was not a tactic, but it was so effective. I was like, holy crap. So what you say is yeah, you know, vaxxers are wonderful. I mean, I remember when President Trump said that we would have these vaccinations within 9 or 10 months. And I remember how everybody just sneered. Thank God he was so brilliant as to get these things done.
Yep.
and the pro-vaxxer person will be going,
oh, that was the funny thing about Biden's speech yesterday. He had to start off with saying, there were only 2 million people vaccinated by the time I took office. It's like, oh, who did that? How'd that happen?
Yeah.
How 2 million people get vaccinated? It's like, we hadn't even ordered enough for all the American people by the time I took office. It's like, it literally didn't exist yet. Like it had just come out.
Again,
and you said it never would.
That's right. We have the receipts of Democrats saying all through November, all through October and into November, how they would not take any vaccination that Trump had anything to do with because it was doubtlessly going to be awful. And those same vaccinations turned into manna from heaven. You know, that's the thing, right? You know, I believe it or not, I sometimes am accused of being unkind to liberals and to taking the low road. But for fuck's sake, I cannot take someone seriously, an adult seriously, when literally their opinion of something like that is based entirely upon who happens to be president at that moment. If it sucked when Trump was president, it sucks when Biden is president, and vice versa.
Wolfgang Deo says, two goddamn fucking years, and I still have not gotten the coof. Come and get me. Come, you deadly killer. Let me have your worst. Sheesh. IWD says, didn't the USSR mess around with Ebola in Siberia and accidentally created an airborne strain that they luckily were able to contain? I don't know.
Probably.
Ava M says, COVID twice, told employers I'm naturally vaxxed. Karama Minamino says, Nick, how did you fix your hairline, Rogaine? My hairline's been the same the entire time. You guys are just weird about it. No.
Did you comb it or something? Maybe?
I don't know. If I go bald, like, by the way, I'll go bald. I probably won't. I have really, really thick hair.
Look,
I always have.
Here's the thing. As someone with a suboptimum hairline, my only comment is, look, you guys want to spend your hormones growing hair, that's fine. I prefer to grow other things.
There you go.
Yeah.
Mandy Caraviccia says, Nick, which Warhammer 40K army would make the most sense to collect while on COVID lockdown? Vaccine, gene stealers, or plague marines? Plague marines, 10 times out of 10. K. Shiloh Williams says,
hey, themed army.
Hey, Nick and Ty, how much would it cost? The problem is if you built a Nurgle army themed around COVID, they would all just look normal and only you'd have to roll a D100 and roll a 1% to see if one of them would die. Yeah. You have to roll a nat 1 on a D100 to see if one of your Marines would die.
And then you know.
K. Shiloh Williams says, hey, Nick and Ty, how much would it cost to build a working Bane blade? And if feasible, why aren't we funding this for reasons?
If the Bane blade,
it's got to be $1 billion tank.
Hold on. No, not necessarily. So the Bane blade, roughly speaking, is about twice as long, twice as wide, and roughly twice as high as an M1 Abrams. Okay, so that's eight times volume. And tank expense scales pretty linearly with its size and mass and that kind of thing. So a Bane blade, a first approximation on a Bane blade would be you'd expect it to cost around 8 to 10 times what an M1 would cost. So you're talking $80 to $100 million a piece. A lot of money, but not outside the realm. The problem with any super tank is one good hit still takes it out. 40K is not a very good simulation of actual armored combat, and that's why
That's
we don't
because
have.
your armor isn't ceramite, you chump.
Sure, yeah, obviously that's the problem. We'll have the technology one day, but that's the deal with tanks, right? Is that the term there's a term they call it the fuzzy wuzzy fallacy, and what that goes back to the British colonial wars against some native group somewhere. They called them the fuzzy wuzzy. Anyway, the idea was this: that if a British soldier is twice as good as a fuzzy wuzzy, he's still not worth 2 fuzzy wuzzies because 1 bullet will kill him. It takes 2 to kill 2 fuzzies, and
Sure.
so that's what you get in with the super tanks. I mean, the Nazis had some extreme, bizarre, ginormous tank designs, but they just weren't going to be militarily practical. They could have built them, and they would have been scarier than hell. But what do you want? Do you want one of these behemoths, or do you want 10 M1s? Right? You want 10 M1s.
You want one shadow sword, Bane blade.
Well, we want, yeah. The great thing about being the United States, at least for a few more years anyway, is we're so damn wealthy compared to the rest of the world. We could have both.
Yeah, that's
We
true.
have an elite a battalion of Bane blades.
Almond John 1 says, can't wait for the USA to return to normal. Never going to happen.
Your lips to
Thermasius
God's ears.
says, was in the Navy and was on watch when 9/11 went down, was an intel spec. Have some stories if you want to hear them sometime. Many bros/sisters lost. Sucks to hear, man. Radbell says, I'm waiting to be fired because I work in Washington. We have gone back to a mask mandate, and my work is mandating them inside the office and refuse to do so, and will make them fire me before I quit. Anthony Simon says, what the IPCC really said, AGW will cost so global warming will cost global GDP 2% by 2200, and the global GDP will be 19 times higher. Not that the world will end. Mr. Bentham says in Trump voice, wrong chat. Nick said pee on a jellyfish. Look, I peed on bunches of jellyfish. Good jellyfish,
I heard
big
what
jellyfish,
you said.
little jellyfish.
Well, and you even said with the additional unfortunate addition of the hooker,
I did. Chat is out here spreading fake news. Frankly, not the
news.
first time. Not the first time. They've fallen for it before.
Their
falling for it
embarrassments,
again.
they're horrible.
They're falling for it again. No, it's not even that they're bad people. They're good people. Look, lots of good people all around. I got good people on all sides of all the issues. It's not really about that. Sometimes they're misinformed. Sometimes they don't understand what they're
myself to a competent level of Trump voice, and if I did, we could actually have a Trump against Trump debate. I'm not sure how much whiskey would need to be involved, but
all of it.
Just thinking out loud here.
Bad Dragonite says, I still use cigar tobacco on stings and such. There you go. Horowitz, Feinberg, and Horowitz says, hey, Rackets, tell me about the Kentucky Owl you were drinking. Want to find some next time I cross over into Newport, Kentucky. Here you go. This is my last bottle of it. It's Kentucky Owl, last batch of rye. The last rye batch that they're doing. It's batch number 4. It's $300 a bottle. It is the single best rye I have ever drank. It's a 10-year rye.
How many shots would be in a bottle that size?
Not enough.
Well, yeah, right. But I mean, within
I don't know.
Yeah, I was just curious as to what that breaks down to per drink.
This is how much Jack I've drank tonight. It's the same size bottle. So that's about
so,
4 to 5 shots probably.
Yeah. Okay.
So this is maybe 15 to 20 somewhere in there.
What I'm getting at is if you were drinking normal drinks in a bar, you might wind up spending nearly as much as you spend on the super expensive stuff by the bottle.
Oh my God. This probably would, if you went to a bar to buy this, This is $60 a shot.
Yeah, yeah. Well, what I mean though is if you just drank regular whiskey at a bar,
Oh,
you might
yeah.
very well get close to the same price as drinking the good stuff at home.
Yeah, 5 shots of Johnny Walker Black at a normal bar, what is going to cost you?
$10.
Let's see, $17 a shot. 15 to
probably.
20, depends on where you are. Like you're going to spend at a bar, you spend so much. Johnny, the one of the good articles on this, there was a record liquor purchase by a winning Stanley Cup team at a bar, and it went through the receipt, and bottles of Johnny Walker Black, which you're talking like $35 a bottle at a liquor store, were $250 a bottle at the bar.
Yeah, yeah. Well, when we did Brianna's wedding here at the house, the alternative was normally we just would have done it at our country club, and they would have handled the bar and charged bar price and everything. When I started doing the economic analysis, like, holy crap, the liquor cost of just us getting the liquor and hiring a bartender in a bar was like 1/5 of what we would have paid. And our country club is not particularly expensive with its food and drink or anything like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, if you're going to put on an event and you're going to have an open bar, you really ought to look at doing it yourself, because the savings can be, especially for events where you're going to have 50 or more people. Man, the math is tough.
Eagle Loan says you get 17 shots for a 5th.
Okay.
So there you go.
So there you go, right? So literally you're paying what, about $4 a shot on that Jack Daniel's Gold? Am I doing the math right? $4 or $5? $5.
It's $90 divided by 17, $5.30 a shot. Where at a liquor store, at a bar, it'd be a $30 to $35
Well,
shot.
at a bar, a shot of regular Jack Daniels would probably be at least that much a shot. So I'm trying to help you economically justify.
I don't need to justify anything
this
in my
ridiculously overpriced.
Ty, I've gotten long past. I don't have to justify anything in my life anymore.
You've made
ever
peace
again.
with all that, right?
I have.
Good for you.
Mandy
Good for you.
Carvicia says achievement challenge. Yeah, I bought something ridiculous the other day on Whimsy. I can't remember
Just
what it
the
was.
other day?
Well, look, lots of times. No, the other day I went. I bought something for Lady Rackets. Where was I? Oh no! So these mini arcade cabinets that they sell. Have you seen these?
Oh yeah, yeah.
So we were at Walmart the other day and we bought 2 of them. And one was a replacement of one machine we had, but it, instead of having 3 games, it now has 12. And then the other one was a new one. And I was there and Lady Ragged's like, haha, you should just get both of them. I'm like, okay, put them in the cart. And it was like,
that was a rookie mistake on her part.
Yeah, but it was like,
you hate to see it.
these two cabinets cost combined, about $600 for the total. And it was like, but no, I didn't have to justify it anymore. I used to have to justify everything. Now I don't justify anything.
I am proud and happy that you've reached that point, because I personally believe that a man truly becomes a man when he has made peace with himself.
Yeah.
And
no, it's good.
So these are, I said I knew what they were. I don't think I knew what you were actually talking about. These are video game, but they're small cabinets.
Okay, they're old arcade cabinets. Like one of them is Mortal Kombat 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
Right? And so they're about 4 feet tall. But they have you build them. You go buy them at Walmart. They're in a box and you build them together, and they have these old arcade games in them, but they've got the arcade controls, their own independent screen. And it's just stored in the thing. So it's your own little mini arcade cabinets. And
are the controls, this is actually meaningful to me. Are the controls accurate? I mean, spaced out like they were on the video games.
Yes.
So, okay. And they're decent enough sized. Huh.
They're short for like I have to I have to either sit down at like a short stool or I have to be on my knees to play one effectively.
Oh shit, they've got a Defender one.
Yeah, they do. They have all these old ones. One Up Arcade is the thing. They even have. I know you remember these because you're ancient. Do you remember when they had Centipede or Pac-Man on a flat table?
I do.
They had
I do.
a joystick on either end. You could have your food on top of it and stuff, but play the video game. They sell those now. They're like $350.
I'm looking at the Defender machine. I don't think those controls are correct, but I think I will go see if I can find one just to be sure.
Yeah, they have.
I was a Defender lunatic when I was younger in a video game, and Defender has an ungodly number of buttons and stuff, but they're all spaced in just a certain way, and my muscle memory is all wired to those positions, and so every Defender kind of clone or emulation or whatever, getting the accurate buttons spaced properly is crucial, or it's effectively just a different game. In fact, I was actually asked Greg if he could just build me a Defender control panel.
Yeah. Well, you can of course buy like I don't know if you've seen them. They'll do custom arcade cabinets with like 4,000 games in them and stuff like that.
Paul's got one of those.
Yeah. And he has a good one, but they get crazier. Like you can get one with like a 42-inch screen.
Yeah. And
like they run like $6,000. I thought about getting one for me because these I actually have for my kids because they're perfect size. My little 3-year-old goes up and she sits there and plays Mortal Kombat, and I can't stop laughing because she's the perfect size.
That's insufferably cute.
Yeah.
That's you got to get pictures and stuff of that because that's like cute factor 9 or something.
Yeah,
that might make it interesting. I've got this big matter that if it happens, I'll reap a decent little reward out of it. That might be a Defender cabinet. Might be a great, attaboy present. Put it in my office.
Yeah, at some point I'll probably get a full-size cabinet for me with all the games. But the ones that my kids use, we have 4 or 5 of them now, and they love them. So we have a little mini arcade in our house that the kids can go play on.
With especially with as many kids as you've got, I actually don't consider that to be much of a load. I mean, that's an easily defensible purchase in hindsight because
and Lady Racket, she likes them too. She likes to build them. So it was fine, but it was like, I remember, 5-6 years ago, if she's like, yeah, just buy these. I'm like, I can't just throw $600 worth of arcade cabinets in that cart.
Yeah.
I gotta, yeah. Mandy Kirby.
I was just going to say, well, it's weird. It's like there's a money and a time graph, right? When you're young, you've got no money, but infinite time. That's why I find these dungeons that I did in high school and go, how did I ever have the time to do this? You know? Well, unfortunately, when your money goes up, almost linearly, your time goes down.
Yeah, that's where I am because I'm like, God, I used to in college, I played EverQuest obsessively, and it's like, God, if only Twitch existed then, I could have made money playing EverQuest.
Yeah, that's the ultimate dream.
And now it's like, now Twitch exists and I could do that, but I don't have the time to do that type of show. And it's like,
that's why these nostalgia products, like in role-playing games and stuff, some of these products are obscenely expensive by our historical standards, but people aren't necessarily buying them to play. I mean, the good ones are playable, but a lot of times you're just buying them to read through them and just kind of get the nostalgic sense. That's why I buy role-playing games. I don't play them most of the time.
Mandy Caravicious says, achievement challenge. Nick and Ty select a WWE wrestler impression and have a very small conversation about scented candles. Oh, that sounds terrible. Bad Dragonite says, Thoughts on the Matrix 4 teaser? Seems interesting. It'll be garbage. Matrix 2 and 3 were some of the worst fucking movies to ever come out. And if anybody simps for Matrix 2, they should be banned forever. Matrix 2 is only moderately okay because Matrix 3 was so bad, but they're both bad. There's only one Matrix movie, and the fourth one will still be bad.
I have to come clean on something.
What are you about to say? You've never seen the Matrix?
Seen the Matrix.
No, that's fine. Just only ever watch the first Matrix and never watch anything else.
Whatever year it came out, I was ungodly busy and didn't see anything that year on television or in the theater. And I just never got circled back. I kept saying, got on tremendous authority. It's a great movie. But
the original Matrix was very good. It actually was weakened by the sequels. They had the power to make the first movie worse because you go, wait, this is where you were going with that? It was the first Matrix.
Did you ever see the episode of The Office where they pranked Dwight to convince him he was in the Matrix?
Yes.
Okay, and he just decided to stay in the Matrix.
Yeah.
That was well done.
North Viking says, ever played Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Other Strangeness? It used the Palladium system. Super fun mutant RPG.
But I sold
Ninja
the hell out of it when I was in college. I managed the game department, game and model department of a hobby store, and we sold the hell out of that stuff. But I never played it myself.
DJD show, you're laughing at me for selling my Bard for $500. I sold my Bard for $500 in right after it was still in Shadows of Lukeland. It was before Planes of Power. Got a pretty good return on it. So it's good. Stephen F says legalizing honor duels and public hangings. I also stole him back, by the way. I did years later, I did a password recovery and stole my EverQuest account back from the person I sold it to. So I got $500 and I still have access.
Oh, that's what
to
y'all are talking about. Y'all sold EverQuest characters.
Yeah. Well, I was going to fail college if I kept playing EverQuest. So I sold my character.
You know, that EverQuest was one of those rare things where I just said, no, I am not even going to get into this. Because I knew where it was going to end up. I had friends. Well, your uncle was a huge player of it.
Yeah.
And him and all my friends, and I was like, I am too busy. One of the rare times I actually acted like a grown up. And
however much he played, I played way more. Eventually, he got me to start playing it, and then I ended up playing way more.
He was the gateway. Yeah, I mean they had a hell of a lot of fun. I could tell, but I was like, no, I can't. Plus, I was a slave to Civilization, that series of games.
DJD,
Civ is a jealous mistress.
For everybody saying it was a douchebag move to take my character back, the guy had long stopped playing. He had long stopped playing. The character was completely inactive. The character was still level 65 when I took it back during Brel Cyrillis or whatever, and where the level cap was 85. So I took it back long after that person stopped playing it.
And you call me a nerd.
Yeah. So no, if he was still playing it, I wouldn't have done that. That would have been a dick move. But I didn't have I have no idea how to contact the guy or anything. He probably would have given it back to me. But you know, I was like, okay, fine. Password recovery, mine. Stephen F says legalizing honor duels and public hangings. Realistically speaking, how would local ballot measure come about to initiate? Both would fix nearly everything. You're not going to get.
You'd have to. Well, you would need to remember murder is also a crime under the federal system, so you would need both state and federal laws that would decriminalize homicide in a duel. The statute I drew up was pretty simple, actually. It decriminalized homicide, murder, manslaughter, etc. If the duel was properly, both parties agreed to do the duel in writing, and each party had a witness present, and municipalities could establish areas where dueling was to take place, and if that strict compliance with the technical requirements I thought would be a good idea. Because what's important is the possibility that you might actually have to back your words up. 99% of these shitheads are way too gutless to run that risk. And I just think every now and then it's going to result in an undesirable outcome. But the overwhelming good to society in this day and age of social media, I don't think could be overestimated.
Yeah, Victor Fan, I agree.
Besides, I really want to wear dueling clothes with those cool dueling pistols.
Victor Phantasm says, "Yeah, you should have to use the old dueling pistols."
Yes. 50 was a 45 caliber smoothbore, cap and ball or flintlock pistol with a barrel length of, I think,
you could have that thing laser sighted and not hit the target.
No sights, no enhancements, nothing. I mean,
it wouldn't matter if you had a sight on it.
No, the statute said. I mean, the statute gave the physical parameters of the weapon that you had to use. You could, and my statute wouldn't allow with swords and that kind of thing, because you don't want. The problem with swords are that gives an advantage to someone who is physically stronger. It also gives an advantage to someone who spends a lot of time practicing. With smoothbore flintlocks, practice up to a point just isn't going to really do you much good because the weapons are just wildly inaccurate.
Yeah.
But yeah, no laser sights or anything.
You could use your arquebus with -2 to hit on your Thaco.
Yeah.
Victor Phantasm says, Nick, want me to resend the Marvin Guy email? Sure. Yeah, do that. Gerbrek says, Death Watch is an RPG, nothing to do with the minis. Oh, I figured it was for the Death Watch army, but I stand corrected. That's cool. Mario Kart.
Oh, okay.
It's apparently it's an RPG source book.
If I'm not mistaken, those 40K RPGs, which by the way, why did it take them this long to start doing those? I said back in 1988 they should do a full-blown role-playing game, but I digress. I think those games use a version of the Warhammer Fantasy role-playing system.
Probably.
And that's a neat system. It's an acquired taste, I guess, but it's a nifty system.
Mario Carter 13 says, I only trust the Flintstones vaccine. Wolfgang Deo says, I was wondering what happened to my EverQuest account.
If you want me to file suit against him, I know how to get jurisdiction on him. So.
Statute of limitations is passed. I will win that.
Dang it.
Let's see. What do we got? Oh, here we go. Philibooty says, if not a Cthulhu mask, you want something else? Gimp mask, maybe. But seriously,
No.
I make leather products, bags, hats, masks, and the like. Anything you want.
Well, I'm not really a mask wearer much, but
a mask with a zipper would be good for him.
No.
Timothy Reaper says, do you have to be a lawyer to get on the Ricada Law super lawyer list? Probably not. I don't think so. Audi Driver says, why would I?
No, I think they should have to pay you more money.
That's true. Yeah. Audi Driver says, why would I send my kid to learn how to be an asshole when I can teach him how to do it myself? I'm much better at it anyway. That's the public school argument. Okay. Cypher says, my employer is demanding information on whether or not I'm vaccinated and if I have intentions of getting vaccinated, while also denying me my 14th Amendment right to privacy. Willing to give an inside view of the situation sometime if you're interested. Cypher, to do anything like that, email me. Because the super chat I'm going to lose track of by
That's an interesting question, though. Do you have any intention? Why not say yes? I intend to do it.
I'll do it eventually when the time is right.
In due course, in the fullness of time, at the appropriate juncture.
Well, Ty, we're done. We're done with chats.
Wow. Well, it is almost 4 a.m, so we didn't quite go 5 hours.
We've gone far too long.
Yeah,
we've gone far too long.
I always enjoy these things, man. It's great. It's actually a nice relaxation, believe it or not.
Yeah. No, I get it. So I really appreciate you coming on. Let's say goodbye to the chat.
Anytime.
Chat. Peace. We'll catch you guys soon. As you probably remember, I still haven't uploaded an outro to this thing yet. No, there will not be Twitch tonight. I've forsaken Twitch this week, but I'll make it up next week. And there will probably start being daytime Twitch streams a couple times a week very soon. I'm just working on getting that sorted out and scheduled. And then I'll probably put up an official Twitch schedule at that point because I think we're going to be moving into advancing the show over there. So thank you guys for hanging out. As always, thank you to Mr. Ty Beard, and we will catch you guys next time. Peace.
Good to see you guys.
Peace.